what's around us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How I get my monkeys. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How I get my monkeys. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of no they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe.
feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in an initial facing threats alone. We always say it already. But we have always been here by your side.
Yeah, boy.
The Mobile Challengers League. My name is Contra. Here with me is Queen Toyo. It's great to be casting together for the very first time. Well, of course, we will continue where we left off, where we have the best of the best across Southeast Asia and beyond. to duke it all out. So, Queen Toyo, I've been away for a week, and perhaps you could fill me in with, some of the hot action that did happen from the past week.
Definitely. It's actually been very, very interesting because 214 was the top one or the top team for the first 4 days. However, they had to take a break during day 5, wherein they got overthrown or dethroned by APG, which made APG the top performing team for week 1, and Nang X was hailed as the MVP for the same week as well. So now we're basically just waiting to see if 214 will be able to reclaim the top spot. And of course, another interesting fact there is that the previous champions for the previous split, which is Harami Bro, is actually struggling a little bit right now since they placed top 10, which made Filipino fans very, very nervous as to, with regard to their performance, if they're able to keep up. But anyway, as you can see, we have the new themed mode, Golden Dynasty. This is in celebration of our 7th anniversary, and this is coming on March 7th. So that's basically 2 days from now.
Super exciting stuff, and you can also enjoy the time of Golden Moon, where the capital is arriving on March 7th, which is just 2 days from now, to celebrate with our 7th anniversary. And speaking of our 7th anniversary, we're bringing back a familiar name, and Alan Walker is back to collaborate with PUBG Mobile with our brand new music collaboration, music to be released shortly. So, of course, the prize pool as follows: $40,000 is on the line throughout the course of the league, as well as some big chunk in the finals as well. So I'm pretty sure that all the teams will want to stay as consistent as possible.
Definitely. And aside from that, of course, we also have the league ranking points. That's going to be very, very important, especially by the time that we head on to the grand finals, because of the head start points that our teams would be earning respectively. So here are the participating teams for week 2, wherein we have a new group or new set of groups, basically basing it on their performance for week 1. So for today, if I'm not mistaken, Group E will be on rest day, so that's going to be Hive, Goodfellas, BG, and Sin. So the only teams that you will be seeing for today would be groups A, B, C, and D.
I gotta say that after the group shuffle, it definitely looks super stacked for what we're getting for today, especially when we look at the powerhouses of Group A versus Group B. 214 APG, will we see a continuation of where they have left off from the past week? Or perhaps there will be new kings on the block to take over, coming from the rest of the groups as well.
Definitely. So that's basically what we're here for, right? To see as to how well they prepared for week 2, since there were a couple of teams that struggled during week 1. One of the things that I'm actually waiting for would be the comeback of Key Esports, since they basically remained at the top 20 since day 1. But for today's set of matches, it's still going to be the same map rotation, wherein we start off with the smallest map that we have, which is Sanhok, followed by 3 El Clasico maps, as what we call it, and then we will be ending the night with the sandy land of Miramar.
Yeah, I love that it's been pretty much stock standard where teams will be able to expect what's about to come, but especially with this form of a shift coming into these respective groups. Now, I really want to ask you, Queen, where would you expect certain teams to be contesting on certain hot drops? Because this is where they really have to figure out, again, what exactly to do moving into this week, because with all the adjustments that they really have to plan out within the span of two nights, it's not going to be an easy task. So we'll see whether we're going to get some of these feisty battles in the early game.
Actually, there were a lot of contestants during week 1, but we had the chance to basically interview some of the teams, and they said that it's all about basically adjustment, the dropping point, especially if they know that it's not something that they could get. So during the first couple of days, we noticed that there were a lot of, let's say, teams dropping in the same area. And then after a couple of days, some of them already adjusted to a different dropping point. So let's see as to whether they will be coming back to their original dropping points, or if they will be sticking to the new ones that they have and basically just, start off with a new rotation.
Yeah, overall, it's been pretty exciting to see how teams have been able to really keep up with the pace, especially with all these roster shuffles where I came back and I'm like, oh, we're missing a whole lot of different names. We're also being introduced to new ones as well. So it's definitely been exciting times here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. So I really want to see who's going to be able to get that big win in Sanhok, because we always know this map to be super fast-paced, action-packed from start to finish. So I would expect nothing less coming into at least the first 5 minutes of play, where we'll definitely see certain battles to take place, and then maybe phase 2, phase 3, that's where they try to get a little bit more adjusted to what's about to come heading into the later stages of the game. But for most part, who would you say has been some of the strongest players coming into Sanhok overall?
Well, actually, as for the strongest players, I would say it's not just a particular player, but it's more like a particular team, because it's actually 214 that was able to get the first 2 Sanhok matches, and then the third one was taken by Miramar. The fourth one was taken by NX. I could not recall as to who was able to take the final Sanhok map for day 5, but the Philippines so far has been dominating when it comes to this map. But they have been noticed to struggle for, the El Clasico map or the Erangel map. So basically for Sanhok map, I think it's still going to be 214, though NX also showed really great performance when they got the winner chicken dinner. So those are the 2 teams that are basically we have to watch out for.
Yeah, and I'm also keeping my eyes onto certain names like FRL, where, they have a veteran roster coming into this very season, especially with those kind of transfers that they had. I do expect them to be able to at least pack a couple of punches moving into this week, where they know that they got to go big or go home. It hasn't been the best of week per se, heading into what they've played out for the past couple of days. So hopefully with that 2 days break, FRL can bounce back from just being in the middle of the pack. Other than that, I think that there's definitely other notable names where we would expect them to thrive, which, we talked a whole lot probably about Harame Bro's absence of the Federalis, the Filipino assassin, who have now moved to BTR. Now they are trying to actually find a form of rhythm to be able to match up to the pace of what Federalis had to offer. And would you expect them to be able to find those answers within the 2 days break?
Well, I think just like what we have mentioned earlier, it's actually Miramar that's kind of struggling a little bit. I think they're still trying to find the rhythm, since just like what we have mentioned, Federalis had to move to a different team, and actually not just a different team, it's a whole different region that he had to move to. And then there were a couple of newcomers basically in the team, so of course there's a lot of adjustments that they have to do. They dominated during the Philippines PMNC, but that's a local tournament, so it's a whole different thing by the time that you get to the international league, and that's something that they still have to work on, especially when it comes to their synergy, since we're talking about the top teams of other countries as well, so it's not really going to be a walk in the park.
Definitely not. We're looking at heavy hitters coming into the list where even Burmese goals have been able to amp up their roster with some transfer coming in from the defunct Genesis Esports. So we would still expect some of all these teams hailing in from Myanmar to be able to also put up quite a very strong challenge moving into this respective week. So we'll definitely have to see how they're going to be able to play things out. So therefore, it will definitely take us a while to actually figure out what's really the power ranking moving into week 2, especially now that the groupings are super stacked right now. And at the very least, they don't really have to worry about Burmese goals so much. Same goes to Sin, Hive, as well as Goodfellas, who's not playing for the rest of today. But I guess that's a problem for tomorrow then. So other than that, I think there's still a lot of all these big names coming in, like Yangon Galacticos, who's been, always performing really, really well throughout the past couple of seasons. They do find themselves in the top 4, but they're not exactly in the their optimal space of mind, where I would say that on the very good week, Yangon Galacticos could definitely do a whole lot more. So we'll see if they can find their form this week.
Another interesting thing about the groupings is that APG and Bro are actually on the same group this week, and we've seen the rivalry between Osja and Bro for the previous splits. But just like what we have mentioned, since the other half of Osja had to go back to PMSL, the remaining players actually got absorbed by APG. So it's basically the same rivalry all over again. And since they are in the same group, it basically just means that for the entire week, they will be inseparable. So that's another thing that we basically really need to watch out.
Spicy, spicy stuff. I would definitely love to see these two teams duke it all out just to, do it for good old time's sake, as well as whatever beef that they had not sorted out. Now, I believe that we're going to be moving into our first map of the week real soon. So, any more expectations when it comes down to, certain areas, especially when we take a look at the mini map right now? What are the places we will expect to see maybe battles taking place in the first couple of minutes?
If I'm not mistaken, the Paradise Resort is always taken by Max, and then who's that other one? I think that was APG, but there are two teams that usually stay in the Paradise Resort, and then there are two other teams that usually stay in the boot camp. But Hive isn't here today, so we won't be seeing them there. So there are actually a lot of early engagements for the map of Sanhok, but since there are a couple of teams that are on rest day right now, we probably won't be seeing some of them.
Sure enough, and I guess it's time for us to move right in to find out a whole lot more. This is the PUBG Mobile's Challengers League Southeast Asia.
And there you have it. So this is going to be the first map of the first, this is the second week, so there's really a lot of things to expect, especially since we've already had our rest day. So just like what we have mentioned earlier, the teams definitely made sure that they would be studying the rotation and the strategies of other teams. So let's see as to how well they will be able to execute those new strategies or adjustments that they have. But as you can see with the playing path that we have, it started in the cow area, ending in Tambang, and a lot of the teams have already dropped. Majority of them, I guess this is expected, have decided to drop in the middle portion of the map, and we can already see KE in the bootcamp area, and now we can see Max and YG going at it with an early engagement.
Just like what you expected, Team Max are unwilling to budge. They will try to hold true their fort, while Master Smile already getting a couple attacks over, while also receiving some from himself. So, gotta be very, very careful about these fights where one drop, you will expect the enemies to be rushing upon them in a very short manner of time. So at least they do have enough space where you could see that they are separated from the east as well as the western corner of Paradise Resort. I really do wonder if there's going to be any form of a leeway while we are seeing another battle taking place on the outskirts.
Right, so we have Time to Quick and Key Esports. Just like what we mentioned earlier, Key Esports is currently struggling at the top 20. So they're basically at the bottom of the leaderboard. But right now we can see Zuki getting ready with that engagement. He now has his shotgun right in front of Blanks. Blanks with his Vector. Ooh! Blanks is now down and has been eliminated right away by Zuki. But we still have 3 players remaining for Key Esports, but one of them is down. Raimon has also been thirsted out, leaving us with the last 2 players of Key Esports.
That was wonderfully done by Zuki. He's like, okay, you want to play? I can play all day with the M249. He just went out with a jump shot and just swinged so perfectly. So that's a good head start for the side of Time to Quick Esports. Now, with YG already looted up, I think that they're going for a very far flying angle. As you can see, Burnat taking the outskirts, trying to see if he could spot out any members of these Max side to be moving across. So, very good plan up ahead, while Yangon Galacticos, they're willing to actually pull off of this area, allowing Max to continue on looting if they really want to stay still. And most likely than not, a lot of the teams, when they do drop into Paradise, they just go on to that full hustle. But these two teams, very respectful of each other.
Actually, it's a little bit strange that YG was pushed out of the Paradise Resort this time, because they were actually the teams that has been dominating in the Paradise Resort. It's just like what you have mentioned. I mean, that other team wouldn't budge, and they really wanted to stay in the Paradise Resort for the entire week one. And looks like it's still going to be the same old story now that we are in week two. But just like what I have mentioned, it's a little bit unusual for YG to give away the Paradise Resort because, just like what we have mentioned, they've been getting early eliminations off of maps as early as the Sanhok map. But anyways, you can see another possible elimination on the side of Time to Quick as they are currently in the area where Clay Jr. is, and he's basically just waiting for the right timing with that shotgun. But unfortunately, the accuracy wasn't really there, and so Time to Quick already knows where he is. He is now trying to move away from the scene as his teammates are trying to go to where he is. Unfortunately, he still has been spotted and he was not able to run away as Jeffrey is on the other side and obviously has to also bail out since we have an entire squad right in front of him.
Yeah, time to quit esports. They're really on the hunt right now. After striking down a team earlier on and now getting a pickoff, man, this is a perfect start for Time to Quit to start off the day. Where now they're in the corner of Tambang, they will not have to worry too much about, deeper rotations as they've already gotten themselves into a really, really good spot by the edge of the map. Now we get to see one of the leaders of week one to 1-4 as they are going to be stuck in the middle of a very tough situation, and it's up against APG.
This is one of the rivalry that we have been waiting for, probably because 214 is currently the top team coming in from the Philippines, and then obviously APG is able to represent their region very, very well. We can see that Michi here is stuck between two teams. We have APG right in front of him, and he knows that KE is just right behind him. And then here on this other side, we can see that Bro Jibna has already spotted YG, which has been pushed out of the Paradise Resort.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough area to play out from. While Harame Bros, they are just looking around, while the rest of Yangon Galacticos have not really moved too far off from where they were early on. So, great understanding of how teams have actually maneuvered around the map. So, Master Smile is going to be very, very cautious on this approach. He's not being spotted out yet by the rest of Harame Bros. Meanwhile, Kree does answer back. They managed to get the knot onto Fern, so that's one member down from the side of Anchor PUBG. Not sure if they will continue on with that long assault as they were on the corner of the North Oasis.
Oof.
Well, they do get the confirmation, so that's huge for 1-4.
Yeah, and I think Curry really had to make sure that that is going to be a confirmation because we can see that he had to swim ashore. So he basically made sure, and he had to swim just to thirst out Fern from APG. But anyway, so far we have 214 already securing 2 elimination points, but Michi is still stuck and he can't really move. Here on this area, we can see we have GOA and Time to Quick as well. Though unfortunately, looks like Romeo Boy was already able to spot Jibna from Harame Bro. So that was the same team that we were looking at earlier in another knockout based on our kill feed. But here, so far in our spectate, okay, so we can now see Bro and YG. YG is now pushing towards our Harame Bro, wherein we can see Nathan throwing all those smokes. But we can see Murnat Boy, Romeo Boy, and all the other boys from YG making sure that Harame Bro will not be able to take a reset.
Wow, just look at the angles coming from Romeo. He just arrived to the scene and immediately spot him out behind that rock. That's going to be another 3 points, or should I say 2, at least for now, for the side of Yangon Galacticos, as they managed to eventually assault the rest of Harame Bros, where they've gotten just about enough intel where you got to also give credit to Murnat, where he was just looking from the outskirts. He made sure that the rest of YG could play on those open areas, and now find themselves needing to re-rotate eventually back to the north side, but they will expect to be able to farm some numbers with plenty of teams to be cutting by. Now, take a look at the outskirts. TTQ, they're still by the very edge, and Taylor, how did he end up here? Okay, I guess they're going to go for a deep swim for now, but who's going to pull the first move? Is it going to be Kree again?
I feel like Kree is trying to look for him right now, whereas Claire is trying to hide from. he knows that the other players from 214 are just right here. The problem there is that we can see that MS is also just basically right behind him. So as soon as he gets spotted by Kree, he can basically just tell MS as to where to shoot. But right now, MS is just practicing with his DBS, even though there's no enemy in sight. The other players from SG are basically just right around the corner, and then we can see that APG is also basically from where they are.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to see how he's just trying to also survive, knowing that there are the rest of the 214 members kind of lying around. But take a look at the mini map, though. He's not all alone. There's still another player coming over on the corner of his shore, and that's going to be Mix to be joined alongside. A very cheeky move, and that might actually result into something huge. Lucas gets the tag onto the final member of Harame Bros, and they crash out super early today.
Definitely not going to be a good start for Harame Bro. But I also saw one player from Key Esports getting knocked outside of the zone. We saw the map earlier, and they're really far from the play zone right now, and they can basically see where the struggle is. But right now, we have SX right here. Not quite sure as to whether there's a team near them, but they basically just found a way to get inside of the zone. But they had to go on foot. We can see Monboy from PBMS on the other side. So far, they haven't been spotted yet. But since they're already inside of the zone, they basically can just, chill and wait for the right timing for them to move or wait for other teams to get to where they are. But looks like the rivalry in the Paradise Resort is not over, as we are back in the actual Paradise perimeter, and we can see YG and Max still going at it against each other, wherein the players from YG are currently getting pinned down and are getting heavily damaged from Team Max.
Took them long enough to recommit against one another. And at the very least, that YG has done a little bit of scouting to know that what's around these quarters of the south side, so they can still be pretty much prepared for this current take, where YG repositioned over in North Point, where they could still make a run in. Perhaps this could be a good case scenario if they were to hold out a little bit longer, but I don't think they know that we have a member coming in from Sky that's cutting in close. It's going to be you, or should I say Team SX. They're definitely plotting something right behind. A full squad sent towards the way of YG, and they're just sandwiched. No information whatsoever. This is going to be a little bit tough for Yangon Galacticos to actually pull off a grand heist.
And for SX, this is going to be very beneficial for them, since they're basically just waiting for the right time before they attack YG from behind. So YG looks like they already have a feeling that there are other teams nearby, and so they're just getting ready with all the vehicles that they have right here. But looks like our SX is already cutting in really, really close, but YG has already decided to bail out, which is a really good idea. However, on the other side of the map, we can see that as our YG has decided to bail out, they bumped into PBMS, and two players are already knocked out. Make that three. So it looks like it's our PBMS right now that was taken by surprise, courtesy of our YG. When it looks like for PBMS, we only have one player left standing, and that is
MM just trying to make a run for it, but there's just too much for him to handle. Yangon Galacticos chose the right timing to push forward, while they managed to see the rest of PBMS were being struck down by other teams. So perfect third-party opportunity. YG, not only did they escape the dangers coming in from the side of SX, they earned even much more. 5 points right now, topping the table at this very moment.
And so right now they're just looting into the crates of those players that they eliminated, probably replenishing the supplies that they have, especially since they will be needing those utilities by the time that we get to the final circle, since it's very expected for it to be in the open area. But right now we can see that Goat, fresh off of their elimination from one of the players from looks like it wasn't a confirmation, because I saw that they were able to knock out one player from YG earlier. Right now we can see off of the kill feed that SX was able to take a knockout on one of the players from Max. So looks like their patience is now coming into fruition, as they were able to eliminate one player from Max without Max even realizing their presence.
Very clean takes overall, managing to catch at least one. But SX, they're going to go on to this pursuit. Not sure if they will be able to find more out of Team Max while they are taking over the grounds of Paradise Resort, which will no longer be covered by the next zone. Plenty more teams to be moving in from the south, as we last saw a lot of all these squads were taking a very slow approach. Time to Quick Esports, they finally re-arrive into the zone. So this is going to be a big duke out between SX as well as Time to Quick Esports eventually. And I do believe that Team Max will still be able to chime in later on. But this lurk has been taking forever coming in from the side of SG. They managed to actually catch out 2-1 for Youngmi Boy. So that is going to be a tough ordeal. Nobody's going to be able to save that player for the meantime. While Mix, he found the angles. He's looking for the tags. And they just got to really dance it all off. Very close call. But the 2-1-4, they still managed to survive. They're standing in Kyle as well as Koopa. But it's not going to be quite enough. Zhao, he still remains as he will be dropping neck to neck against one of the members 2-1-4. And that is going to be Michi. Michi gets knocked down. And SG, they slowly overtake these members of 2-1-4.
And Yumi Boy already bled out, so that just leaves us with the 3 remaining players. Which team was that again? I got lost and I'm so sorry. But anyway, we have YG on this side going up against Team Max. There are actually a lot of teams on this perimeter here in our Paradise Resort, and Master Smile still waiting for this angle for him to be able to spot the players from Max, knowing that on the other side we have SX to look out for as well. KE on the other hand was able to take a knockout on the side of Goat. Murnot Boy was able to take a knockout on one of the players here from KE or Max. And then the John, as you can see, is now struggling, but we have Easy KB9 trying to cover fire for his teammate. Unfortunately, there were already a lot of throwables here, and with that shotgun play and with that CQC, Max has been eliminated. And unfortunately, Romeo Boy here is also knocked out, whereas Master Smile is heavily damaged. They are now trying to see if they can still go for that reset, knowing that there's going to be another team getting ready. But SX, that was a wrong entry, as 2 players got knocked out that easily because they did not expect that Say Cloud was going to be there. And then this is another sad story for 2-1-4 since they dominated Sanhok last week. They have now been eliminated since they have been sandwiched for a very long time.
It's just crazy on what erupts you're on stage for. And you're looking at Yangon Galacticos pulling off another masterclass, controlling the entire section on the outskirts of Paradise Resort, stopping teams on their tracks. Even despite the rush coming in from those members of SX, it didn't seem like that was a clear answer for them to really go in for a take. With Say Cloud holding that perfect angle, like you said, maybe the timing was a little bit off, but SX now will really have to play with only 1 member remaining. Now they do finally catch. Zuki arrives as TTQ tries to overwhelm the rest of Yangon Galacticos.
Looks like they are ready to pick up the pieces because YG wasn't really ready for that. But the final member, I think it was the final member of SX that has been eliminated. So over 6, over and out, as we are now left with the last 9 teams, or in 22 players are still left. So we have 1 player from Time to Quick that has been spotted by YG. YG is really dominating this as they have been multitasking across different teams. So with the circle that we have, looks like it shifted away from them. And the only players that are left inside would be RTC. I also saw KE and SG already waiting inside of our zone.
It's some crazy work rate that we're seeing coming from side of YG. Despite the zone closing in 30 seconds, they are still willing to zone out the rest of TTQ. So this is going to be a do or die situation for TTQ. They've always been hugging throughout the edges, but stage 5, this is going to be very intense for them to even tank the blue zone. So they got to ensure that they win out this trade before opening up enough room. Or perhaps send 1 member to try to get a little bit more of that space right now. It's going to be Lucas that does fly 1 member off. Murnat's already down. So that could definitely be a helping hand coming from the third party for TTQ to push them over.
KE is now getting ready against NX, and looks like the players from Time to Quick are getting knocked out 1 by 1. YG, as you can see, has already secured 12 elimination points, so it looks like they're really back in action. But Zuki was able to spot another player from YG, making sure that that player gets thirsted out, leaving us with only 2 remaining players with YG. But so far, with all the elimination points that they have been able to secure, I would say that they're currently in a good position in the leaderboards right now. However, of course, they're still trying to see if they can get the winner chicken dinner. Unfortunately, looks like that is going to be the end of the line for our YG.
Yeah, it felt like the over-aggression kind of costed the rest of Yangon Galacticos, though it looks fantastic on how they go in for those execution. And the timely push coming from TDQ sees the best the rest of YG. While we still have a couple more teams remaining, names are dropping like flies right now. Zuki barely survives. He gets tagged out by Anchor PUBG. That's going to be top to be able to secure that pointer. Now, we're only left with our top 5. RTC still in the mix. They only have 2 members left. The only 2 teams with the best squad strength right now, seemingly to be KE as well as APG.
Right. And with a shift of the circle right now, I think we are down to the top 4 teams, whereas we only have, I think, 1 remaining player on the side of Key Esports because they were struggling to get inside of the zone earlier. So one player earlier had to get eliminated through the blue zone. But right now, we still have Demios trying to crawl his way into the zone. Unfortunately, we have RTC right in front of him. And then KE, on the other hand, is trying to defend themselves against APG.
It's going to be a real tough one for the side of Key Esports. Demios just trying to see if he could basically squeeze right through. He's having his back against the zone, so eventually he has to push through. And he finds the pick. That's going to be 1 down coming in while they're still chasing after Ken. He gets some great angles off. Now it's going to be a tight squeeze.
Oh my gosh.
But this should be it. RTC just playing on the knife's edge. There's still going to be KE on the other corner. He makes that climb. DBS now with the DBS secures it. Oh, what a perfect play coming from Demios.
And if you have noticed, I mean, that nade actually finished off his teammate. So that's another error coming in from RTC. We are down to the last 3 teams we're in. We have 3 players left for APG, 3 for KE, and then Key Esports has Demius, which is the last man standing. APG has a good control of the situation right now because they're currently on top of this hill. However, since they heard the gunshots coming in from RTC and Key Esports, we can see that Kaya is making sure that he basically watches out the angle as to where Demius will be coming in.
Right now, APG is definitely on the driver's seat. They have at least 50% of the zone in their control. Make that 100% right after the update. So, KE, what's going to be the call here to try to climb out of these compounds and make a run in? Demios, I think he's just going to see if he could still find another pick while might even deny himself to the zone if push comes to a shove. But I believe that if he could make it past a couple of all these areas of play, he should be able to pull through. But oh my word, top! What are those angles?
He really made sure that he's gonna watch out. But APG is also now unstoppable with the 10 eliminations that they have. And just like what we have mentioned, they currently have a good control right now. Since they are here on top of this hill, just throwing off those nades against our KE, wherein 1 player goes down. We are left with Davan and Kaya. And right now, with all the follow-up updates that they have, they surely have thirsted out that 1 player that they knocked out, and so they're basically just waiting for the remaining players to go out. But we still have Kaya right here, and looks like this is just gonna be a denial.
A perfect start for Anchor PUBG Esports as they will once again dominate, starting off the week 2 in grand fashion. Well, it really felt like they never even pulled a stop from their onslaught coming into the later stages of week 1, and it's just a perfect run for them so far. But of course, following suit to APG's current haul of points, I think despite YG crashing out, they should be able to pull close numbers against APG. We'll have to find out if that's going to be enough to overtake our current winners of the chicken dinner.
Definitely a strong start for APG, and looks like the momentum is still continuing for them as they ended up our first week in the top spot. Again, we can see the smile from Nang X's face as he was hailed the MVP for last week. Let us see as to whether this will be a good streak for our APG, since the first winner chicken dinner has been taken by them.
Yeah, it's been just absolutely wonderful in how this team continues to try and take a look at Skynin. I think that we don't really have to this cam on top of him throughout the entire course of this battle, so we didn't really expect him to actually come in swinging everybody over on the north point of that oasis. 8 limbs. That's crazy.
But I think with the damage that the other players have, he's probably the lucky one taking all the last shots, because we can see that the damage that Nang X was able to inflict is around 800. Almost similar to what he has, which is 892. So looks like he is the lucky one in terms of getting the eliminations under his name. But I think everyone else really contributed really well, with the exception of Fern that, was eliminated a little bit early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, that actually can complain about all these elimination steals all he wants, but 800 damage, he's definitely been the backbone of the team to be able to provide just enough space for Skynet to just maul all these other players down. So great coordination. They understood the assignment of how exactly to hold onto that area of play, which wasn't exactly the easiest of tasks. So let's take a look at the highlights once again to elaborate further.
Well, actually, it's not as fast as the previous week we're in. Just like what I have mentioned, we were able to see a lot of simultaneous engagements. So definitely it was a very, very long and dragging engagement between YG and our team Max in the Paradise Resort. We're in. YG has decided to bail out and then decided to recommit. And then there was also SX that had to crawl their way inside and take those two teams by surprise. We also saw a lot of teams hanging out in the seaside, wherein it was also a little bit dragging between 214 and SG, but 214 eventually had been eliminated due to being sandwiched from two different teams.
Yeah, I would say that this is a really smart call coming in from the side of Yangon Galacticos. They just made sure that they always have this info intact, and then they will go in to eventually secure all these other players that are wrapping around. So it's been a smart move. Despite that, of course, it was APG's time to shine, where even the circle closes upon them, where they understood there's no need for them to move all too much. All they have to do is to clear out any teams trying to get past the hillside.
That zone control from APG is really top notch, securing the winner chicken dinner for them. And again, as you can see, they are currently the top team for our first match, wherein they were able to secure 21 total points, followed by YG with 13, KE with 12, Time to Cook with 9, Key Esports with 7, RTC with 6, GOA with 4, and SG with 4.
Yeah, we can see a lot of all these teams were really going on the aggression from stage 3 onwards, and of course for YG, they were just well oiled enough to be able to place themselves into some key areas to shut down names like Harami Bros and many, many more. So despite us talking about, the standstill between Max as well as YG, Max, they were trying to get out of that area of paradise, and they got nothing in return, which was kind of sad. I mean, they definitely had themselves a decent compound to hold out, but there's just too many teams by then, which eventually flushed them out.
Right. And I think the good thing about YG was that they knew exactly when to bail out, because they were waiting there for a very long time. Just like what we have mentioned, they had to recommit, and they went out just in time, and then eventually bumped into PBMS, wherein they literally wiped them out. Top 4 teams, you have APG, YG, KE, and Time to Quick. When it comes to the eliminations, I think it's clear as day that APG and YG really dominated this first map, whereas KE and Time to Quick not only secured placement points, but also secured many kill points.
That's right. And of course, the man to look out for throughout the course of run has to be Skynet. He's been pretty precise into getting those simulation points. But of course, hats off to Nax for providing just about the equal amount of damage, despite not really having the flashier numbers to book out. So other than that, you can see that he barely takes too much of damage while having decent tracking on his aim to be able to at least land 8% of a headshot. So of course, that is game 1 wrapped up, and we're getting ourselves ready for our 3 rounds of the classic map of Erangel.
And that is it so far for our first day. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and then by the time that we come back, we will be in the map of Erangel. And we are back. This time we are going to be in the map of Erangel. So this is going to be 3 maps before we head on to the last 2 maps, which is going to be the map of Miramar. So far we can see that APG has been very, very consistent coming in from their win from week 1 for week 2. Not only were they able to get a winner with a chicken dinner, but they were also able to secure a lot of eliminations for their team. So this definitely gave them a really good head start for week 1. But of course, we still have a lot more games to see. We still have an entire week ahead of us, so we will see as to whether they would keep that streak going for themselves.
Here we go into our second match of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia, all brought to you by Techno, as they have been offering you the top-notch performance of a smartphone powered by an incredible gaming processor and 120 Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen. There's definitely a whole lot that you want to check out, as they are a brand that understands the need of hardcore gamers with their come on 30s and exclusive support of Dolby Atmos in game. Your game experience is now more responsive and lag-free. So make sure you do check out Techno. While we get this show underway, we're already looking at the flight path starting in from the south portion of Sanhok military base, north Noi. So this is going to be so skewed to the point that teams who would love to drop over to north they're not gonna get any form of access.
Definitely, this is going to be either a long drop or an early car play for majority of them, which we know is going to be very challenging since majority of the players know where the spawn vehicles are, including the garages that we have so far coming in from their. I think they were top three earlier. We have here Key Esports, wherein Demis was able to secure two eliminations before going out of the game. So far, so good for Key Esports because just like what we have mentioned, they were the bottom team from last week, wherein they were consistently at the top 20. But this time, looks like this might be an early contestment between the two, as we can see that Max is just right on the other side from where they are right now.
Oh, this is going to be a daunting task for them to actually get much out of. But from the looks of it, Barney is already pretty much on the chase. So Key Esports, they managed to at least create a little bit more space for themselves to kickstart their run without any form of casualty. Speaking of casualties here, GOA having a member getting tagged very, very low, and I believe that is coming from RTC. So we'll see whether if there's going to be much more that's going to be left on the block, but it seems like the moments has passed for Nishiki to actually find even more of a picking. So I guess it's not too shabby after all, as we start off with a guns blazing round of Sanhok
I think,
earlier. Yeah, and
mhm,
now it's a
right.
little bit of change of space.
I think probably because we are working with a bigger map this time, so there are a lot of space for them to actually go. But we can see that even though they know that they have other teams practically right next to them, they'd rather make sure that they secure a good spot inside of the zone instead of those early engagements, which basically means that players are starting to become more cautious of their actions since this tournament format that we have right now was a lot different than what we have for the previous splits. Whereas for the previous splits, we had 3 weeks to go on with the group stages, but this time there are only 2 weeks, and this is going to be the final week before we get to identify our top 16.
That's right. And overall, it's still definitely going to be a long marathon up ahead. But this is going to be an incredibly important week for them to get their qualifications into the grand finals. Therefore, a lot must be done by the teams who have not really found much of a footing from the past week. So it's actually great that, we managed to get KE to get a little bit
Mhm.
of a recovery coming into this opening round. But who knows? We might just actually speak too soon because we still got a long day ahead. 5 more maps to play out. KHI, they find themselves another buggy. Had to actually make a little bit of dash for it. But at
Mhm.
least securing this area of shelter, they will be able to at least hold out for other teams that will still be rotating across this region, which will eventually be a little bit more populous.
Mhm.
214. They're on foot though. It seems like a lot of teams they struggle to actually get those vehicles early game.
Right. Yeah, and I think it may have something to do with the flight path that we had since it's at the southern portion of the map. So just like what we've mentioned, it's going to be either a long drop or car play, and looks like
Mhm.
other teams are able to beat them to the punch. But looks like we are going to have an early engagement right here. Only if BBMS decides to stop, it looks like they have decided to go to probably their next destination. So it's not going to be an early engagement after all because PBMS is more focused on making sure that they get to uh, their next destination based on their rotation. So it looks like we can see a lot of adjustments and not just with regard to where they usually go, but the adjustments that I'm talking about are the aggression of the teams. Whereas for the first week, we have seen them to be a lot more aggressive than what they are right now for the first week. As soon as they see an enemy, they already shoot towards them. But now we can see the trigger discipline, and just like what I mentioned, looks like it's about being cautious since we only have a couple of days left before we have those teams get eliminated from the roster as we go into our grand finals.
True enough, and a lot of teams are definitely getting a lot more amped and pumped up to eventually qualify for the grand finals. You know,
Mhm.
look at all these past seasons and this current season. I definitely have seen improvements coming from certain teams as well. RTC back in the very first week, they scored themselves 2 chicken dinners as compared to the past couple of seasons ago. They were definitely having major struggles overall. This Singaporean team definitely have shown really healthy signs of improvement. I wonder if they will be able to at least make it to the grand finals, so long as they book in decent amount of points. But, KHI, SX, I think they are still trying to find ways to figure things
Mhm.
out. So,
Right.
of course, now there's not to say too much time to be able to really adjust to the surroundings. They kind of know what exactly to expect. The only difference here is that maybe if on the first day of A, B, C, D, they would still need to figure out, oh, where does all these teams drop or even rotate. Other than that,
Mhm.
I think that pretty much it's going to be the same ordeal. Firepower is the
Mhm.
same. The dynamics of other squads, how they usually move, is going to be the same. So hopefully within those 2 days of adjustments, they've been able to figure things out, which what we saw back in the first game. A little bit of adjustments while Say Cloud already unleashing the full clip out of his M4. Not finding anything though, but just about enough to flush out the rest of SX to move the other way around.
Yeah, he actually pushed out that player from SX right there because it was SX that was there first. But one prime example of trigger discipline is KHI. So if it weren't for the placement points that they had, they won't actually be able to get 7 points. And based on what we have observed, they were too aggressive during week one that they are okay when it comes to team fights. However,
Mhm.
they are not securing enough points for the placement. And I think that's where the struggle comes in. But so far, we can see that another possible problem that we have right here is between PBMS and I think that was. Team Max that
Mhm.
they were currently in an engagement here. Pretzel was able to take a knockout, but here on this other side, as SX is trying to reset, Fearless is on the other side, and looks like Max is now eliminated. It's an off-cam elimination, whereas Fearless is still trying to go around SX, making sure that they penetrate the
Oh,
defense. But as you can see, he wasn't really expecting that buggy from Pov Pov, and so the players from SX are slowly getting eliminated. But Zai is also getting knocked out. Razor Trexie here is also making sure that he gets to eliminate all those other players. Unfortunately, Pov Pov beat him to the punch, but we only have two players left on the side of Fearless, whereas I think SX only has one player left and he is nowhere in sight.
my. It's just crazy that the moment that they just go in for some movements around the map, the moment that they spot somebody out, they will stop for that fight. FRL, they continue on with the chase, but there is Tax coming from Harami Bros, as it's Nathan. From an off angle that we don't even see from the cameras, but these players are sharp enough to notice that they're all the way down over the south side. Astro has just about enough room to go in for the revival, so Pop Pop should be safe and sound. Can't say the same about Claire, though, as this member
Mhm.
of SG is currently limping on the ground. Ramen Bros hoping to eventually secure the point, while Claire at least gets to hold out for a little bit longer. But the question is, for how much longer? Claire definitely knows some of these Harame Bro players the best, as they've probably played together somewhere in the past and have seen each other for so many seasons. But of course,
Mhm.
Claire's not exactly the best spot, so he's still gotta get himself some cover.
So he's probably just trying not to draw attention to himself right now. And Bro's attention also got caught by another team. I think that was NX that's right next to them. But here on this side, looks like we have a possible engagement brewing between KE and Goat. But Goat is now getting ready with their vehicles, whereas some of them are just securing their spots here in the apartments area. KE has decided to take this high grounds right here, waiting for the other teams. I think this is still NX that they're trying to basically watch out for as NX is also getting ready for some action against Harame Bro. So it looks like we are waiting for a lot of possible engagements right here in this area. So the anticipation of the zone is somewhere around the school area down to the compound near Pachinki.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna take a while before they go in and fully lock and load it for that fight. So this is just stage two. They don't really have to fully commit. Speaking of commitments, it's gonna be Harami Bros that does manage to pick off one from the members of KE that's loitering around the school sector. APG, however, haven't really booked themselves a spot. They are going for the long wraparound over the north corner map, which is a little bit of a smarter decision if you were to ask me, because majority of
Mhm.
these teams are still focused onto the central areas like Rozog, where Harame Bros is currently at. Meanwhile, 214 is going to take things slow as well on the far western corner of the map, taking ruins, and doesn't seem like there's any form of signs of human around the edge of the map. So they're going to be absolutely safe for now.
Mhm.
214, though, the last round wasn't entirely the best start for
Mhm.
them. So hopefully this could
Yep.
be a good recovery while they journey on. I believe there's still at least a couple of stragglers that they could find around the corners of Watertown, which they will be
Mhm.
forced into that corner map since that circle does close over on this area of Rosa.
Yeah, and looks like it's still going to be a battle between SX and Fearless, as they were able to battle it out earlier in the open area, but Over Six was able to escape the grasp of our team Fearless. But now that they're outside of the zone, they can feel the presence of other teams passing by. We could see 214 already made their way inside of the zone, and I think there's going to be some sort of delay between Fearless and SX. SX obviously will not be taking any move unless Over Six knows that that he is entirely safe. But as you can see, Fearless Paul was able to take a knockout and thirsted out Mitchie from 214 right away. I think Mitchie was unsuspecting that there was someone here, because if you have noticed, when the other players from 214 passed by, they did not really shoot. So they just waited for the right time for someone to be, like entirely open for them to shoot at. And they were very successful in doing so. And so Mitchie is now out of the game, leaving 214 with only 3 players remaining.
Tough run in so far. Meanwhile, of course, they have to still journey on. Three members still pretty much doable to win out a round in Wrangle. They definitely need to be a little bit more sharp on rotations as well as taking certain decisive fights. For now, TTQ still on the approach. They managed to spot out some members coming out of FRL as they spot a couple of smokes to be thrown out. So they know that they are also being hustled by another team from across the regions, which is why TTQ is not willing to fully expose themselves just yet. Perhaps if they could, if Astro tries to take a couple more steps outwards, they will be able to pick him off. But for now, smart measurements, still 1 minute to go before the stage 3 closes out. So it's all about the waiting game. A lot of the teams are also hoping to know where exactly will they need to shift, especially now with a lot of all these regions being surrounded by teams who have already booked some of the key areas. They got to be careful, especially for Astro X.
Looks like the patience of Time to Quick is wearing thin, because our Fearless has been in this spot for a very long time. We have NX right here shooting towards Time to Quick this time around, which they did not really expect, as they were too focused in our Fearless that's right in front of them. NX King WTZ now basically just shopping for equipment or for supplies right here, whereas one player, which is Zuki, had no choice but to stop for a little bit as his vehicle exploded. But looks like he was able to secure a buggy after all. King WTZ is still going after him, as other players from Time to Quick has been eliminated, since we have other players right around the area that are basically just waiting for them to get it.
Wow, look at how sharp Jipna is. Immediately going for those tacks and finding a little bit more in return, but that is being stolen by Claire just upon arrival. Well, at the very least, they will be able to still seek for a whole lot more opportunities. But the zone is just going further and further away from all these teams, and it's going to end up far north while teams are looking to bypass the bridge. Is there going to be a safe route for them to actually maneuver through? Beats me, because looking at the side of FRL, they're also soaking so much damage at this very moment. Not exactly the best stocks in their baggage, where they only have one first aid kit while they are trying to shed some of the members passing by. Seems like they will leave them off the hook for now, because they got bigger troubles of their own trying to navigate their way out. NX, very deep dive up towards the north, and they still survive with 4 members intact. So good going for them.
Yeah, it looks like the players from Rozok are now battling it out. As we can see, that some of the players from SG are now struggling, and some of them have been thirsted out. Here on this side, we have RTC. Someone was able to secure a vehicle on their side, whereas the others had to swim just for them to be able to cross this bridge, knowing that we have GOA waiting for them on the other side. YG and 214 is now right in front of each other, as one player from YG is currently knocked out. But if you can remember, there's only 3 players left on the side of 214 as well. Murnat Boy multitasking, trying to shoot towards other enemies as well. Looks like it's 214 that is now currently struggling, as we have Fearless right here on this side as well. 214 gets eliminated, and Fearless is now ready with that vehicle. And we are not yet over from our battle in Rozok, as Range was able to take down that final player from Time to Quick, and Time to Quick did not really earn any points for this round.
Well, they were looking to be feisty. They tried to crash right into Rozok, but they weren't prepared for that duel. How many teams were already inside Rozok? And I guess they came into the wrong neighborhood. 4 hefty points for Harame Bros, and they're absolutely delivering it. While RTC, they have been bridge camping right underneath, while Devon loves a couple of grenades. I don't think that they'll be able to actually get much out of this situation. While GOA over the top end of the hill get a little bit of attention coming from the other teams as well, while they're making a whole lot of noise towards some of the members of KE. It's gonna be Kaya trying to trade right back to create that space, but it's been so difficult. There we go, another knock, as will definitely open a little bit more room for them to go in for the pickup at the very least. But you can look at Harame Bros. They take this opportunity to rush upon the rest of Fearless, and the tag from Pop Pop was insane with that DBS. Now it's Rage versus Pop Pop. He got that UMP. He gets the knock as he clears his way out to revive his teammate as well.
And he also made sure that he is going to translate into points those knockouts that he was able to commit. And so we have another team going out of the game, which is SX, whereas YG, on the other hand, is also getting ready. But looks like he is not aware that there are no players left on that portion, since Puff has already been eliminated, including the remaining players of Bro. Nathan here is trying to crawl his way towards his teammate, but looks like he is not going to be revived anymore. So looks like he is just going to be bleeding out, whereas YG Murnat Boy really wants to take that point, and he was able to secure Nathan as well. We are down to the final member of our Harame Bro, whereas on this side, we're still here in our bridge area, where we still have RTC waiting it out with KE.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. KE needing to know where exactly these RTC members are, and seemingly enough, Harame Bros had the last laugh up against Fearless Esports, all thanks to that crazy flank angle that they had right underneath the breach. Master DTK dodging a couple of nades. Presence now felt, and no, Ryder's gonna be able to attack him. This is gonna be a 3-way warfare. GOA cannot count them out just yet. Meanwhile, Go Esports to last, Bunny on the corner of the rocks, only having such a slight cover, but will be safe from harm's way. Kaya trying to also dodge a couple. At least he does have the vehicle for him to actually work this one out. 2 members of GOA has been, or should I say, Go Esports have been able to make their way across, but have yet to actually go on for the full revival. They were just relying on all these fog of smokes, all these back and forth trading, finds nothing in return. And it's just gonna be a big hassle for these guys to really cut across. RTC spots out Master DTK. You can say the same about GOA. KE is absolutely locked out. There's nowhere to go.
I think for GOAT, they're also in a very tight spot right now, as I was able to see SG taking a knockout on their end as well. We also have GOA waiting for them. However, looks like KE is also in a similar difficult spot, because a lot of teams are actually eyeing them out. RTC is very adamant in making sure that they guard the bridge. So it's very difficult for KE to actually cross, because even if they get RTC out of the way, we still have KE Esports and GOA shooting towards them. And so looks like it's really going to be very difficult for KE to get inside of the zone this time.
Yeah, Ngapwe Cal doing such a good job holding it true, but oh my goodness me! We got a gate crash right here with APG just flushing out majority of these members of NX, as they are already fully depleted. Only walking away with 1 point is GOA. Holding over at the top end of the hill for far too long exposes them to too many risks coming from KE, while the rest of APG, they still have 4 members strong. This could be looking like another great game for APG as they got plenty of space over in the north.
RTC still under the bridge, still waiting for the right time for them to be able to spot enemies. And as you can see with the circle that we have right now, looks like it is Goat that they're trying to shoot towards, as Goat is trying to swim onto the other side. Though, as you can see with the shift of the circle right here, they have to be very quick in terms of getting in. Bro Jibna is also doing the same thing. He's on the other side of the bridge, looking for a way to safely get inside the zone, whereas the others have already secured high grounds, and so it's going to be very easy for them to spot these players that will be coming in.
Master finally get a catch as Master D2K make a desperate attempt to enter waters, but, well, there's bigger sharks coming from Singapore to hold out the bridges. So all that hustle and bustle is pretty much over. Well, maybe I spoke too soon because there's still key esports up the hillside. Barney as well as Blanks quickly repositions. And this could be a very good opportunity because RTC, you got to keep in mind as well that being underneath the bridge, they don't really have vehicles that are still sustaining, as they have kind of left that off to bite the dust with a lot of all these back and forth trading going on. So they will have to go on foot. So it's all up to Barney right now to see whether he will be able to catch a few stragglers up ahead. Goat Esports, like you said, was dealing with the pressure coming in from SG. Goat now spotted out as they are relying on whatever smokes possible to make their way across. Ooh. Oh, what a shot from Maybe.
Was a good one, because just like what you have mentioned, I mean, it is actually Goat that's currently being pressured by the other teams, but that did not stop maybe 007 from getting that headshot against Claire. It's a good thing that he has teammates to actually heal him up. However, Zal was able to inflict a lot of damage towards him, and so he has only a little amount of HP left. He was still able to heal up though, and so SG is still able to secure this tower that they currently have. YG, on the other hand, is already trying to spot our team SG. As we can see, some of the players from YG already trying to call in towards them, whereas RTC on this other side is now focused on KHI, as one player has been knocked out, another has been knocked out on RTC as well, and so right now they're probably both prioritizing resetting or, you know, healing each other up. Barney is now inside of the vehicle as Blanks try to get away from the scene. RTC is also doing the same thing, but still trying to spot SG that is currently on the high grounds. And unfortunately, it's an off-cam kill for our Harame Bro. Goat has been spotted this time by RTC, and looks like he made sure to get those points.
Wow, really sharp shooting coming from the side of RTC. Nishiki kind of spent too long outside of the blue zone. Gets knocked out. Not too sure if the rest of RTC will go for the revival, while Anchor PUBG focus their fire upon the rest of KHI. The nades are sublime. They will be wiped out. Only one member remaining for the side of Key, and make that none. At the very least, they managed back in 3 points in this round. Now down to our top 5. Looks to be another perfect finish for the side of APG, being the healthiest team on the block. I might not want to count my X just yet. There's still RTC, SG with 3 members, and YG still in the block as well. So at least there's enough space for them to play with.
Ooh, but with the shift of the circle, it's still APG that has a good zone control. We also have YG on the other end, and SG that is still inside of the zone. But so far, with the top 4 teams that we have left, we have 4 players remaining for APG, 3 for YG. Well, 3 for SG as well, but one of them is down, and then we have 1 remaining player for Go. It looks like it might be a back-to-back winner chicken dinner for APG, given that they have the best spot inside of the zone right now. So it is up to YG to actually do the contestment, given that based on the number of players that they have, it's only YG that, and SG actually, that has a chance. Goat will probably just, you know, try to stay quiet and not draw attention to himself in order for him to make sure that he can get as much placement points as possible.
It's going to be a tough ordeal for Chill Guy right from the foothill, but he does get the trading done. Down but not out. The final member maybe does get tagged. YG still secures it, making it 6 points in for the side of Yangon Galacticos. A much better round for the side of YG. They keep themselves safe throughout the western corner of the map for the most part, but it's going to be Claire that does arrive to the scene. SG now tries to poke and prod the rest of Yangon Galacticos, and they now find themselves stuck on that low ground.
Zyle was able to take a knockout on that other end, now trying to crawl his way into our team APG, probably waiting for that confirmation right there. Looks like they cannot spot where Zyle is, and Nang X keeps on throwing those follow-up nades after nades after nades. Claire is still trying to shoot towards their enemies right there. Mix trying to serve as the cover since he has the best spot amongst his teammates right now. Fern looks like he wants to make up for all the lost points that he had for the first game. With the 2 elimination points that he has, trying to throw nades towards our YG this time around. With the 3 teams that we have left, this is actually very, very challenging on the side of APG since they are currently the center of attention of everyone else.
Sure enough, but they definitely do have a widespread angle. They have already understood that on the top side of the hill, there's nobody that they need to watch over. So they all are coming in from the bottom end. All they really have to do, get their utilities pretty much prepared to just toss right at the side of SG as well as Yangon Galacticos. Quick saving coming in from the side of Fern. Or should I say the other member instead to be picked up. So that's definitely Skynin on the job. That does allow a little bit more space for the rest of SG to push right through. Yangon Galacticos playing a little bit more passively just to see whether if SG will try to lock horns with the rest of Anchor PUBG, and perhaps that's when they will start to go in for the strike. Say Cloud, creating more clouds out there in the open. I believe that he also spotted one member on the lower side of the hill. It's just that he did not want to take preemptive measures up against the rest of SG because they're both stuck over on the lower side of the hill. Once they both fight, then APG could just swarm in and just close out the game. So a very tough situation, if you ask me. So nobody really wanted to make the first move just yet.
Right, and APG still has the numbers advantage right here since they're so very much complete. YG still staying in the lower ground, so as SG. So this time around, I think it's YG that has the biggest chance of getting sandwiched between APG and SG. But everyone else is basically just crawling. They're making sure that they will not be spotted. Though Claire looks like he can already see like a portion as to where YG is, probably because of the smokes. He was able to take a knockout of Romeo Boy right here, leaving us with a final member, and Say Cloud surrounded by clouds. As you can see, looks like he might be taken by APG, but with the nades that he was able to throw, he got knocked out as well. Same goes for our APG, but the battle is far from over as we still have 3 remaining players on the side of APG.
That's a great trade coming from the side of Say Cloud. He managed to tack one out before he eventually crashes off. Top 3 finish for Yangon Galacticos, but right now, a fair 3 versus 3 mix! He found Fern! This could be very doable for SG right now.
Right, this is going to be one heck of a challenge for our APG as they are now currently being pressured by our SG, and now they're going for that car plate to spot where the enemies are. A 3v3 situation is what we are seeing as of this very moment. Mix trying to go on to that top of the hill to at least get a good angle, but top 888 can possibly spot him first. So this is basically who gets to see who first. And right now, Migs just crawling, making sure that he doesn't get spotted. Looks like Skynin is getting loots from our airdrop right here. Let us see as to whether what he got from the airdrop is going to be beneficial. But top 888, just like what we have mentioned, looks like he will be able to spot Migs first. Migs getting put in a very difficult spot with low HP, and nades after nades are now being thrown once again against our SG.
It's all about buying time, and if Vash holds a spot out Zal, the nades are numbered. Anchor PUBG are looking to close this off with a back-to-back win, and it's going to be the last hustle come for Mix, but there's no answering back. APG, 2 chicken dinners in a row.
Wow, this is a really, really good start or a strong start for APG as the first to win over the chicken dinners were taken by them. They also had a lot of elimination points, but let's not discount the fact that SG and YG also did fairly well. It was a very, very complicated final circle since we're talking about, our ridges right here and slopes, but APG still very successful in maintaining their spot on top of the leaderboard. So basically, with the two winner chicken dinners that they have, plus the placement and elimination points that I would say is very, very balanced. I think they're heading off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just love the maneuvers that Anchor PUBG took initially, where they saw that the circle was closing in further and further north. And a lot of these teams were thinking of taking nearby the river, trying to stop a lot of all these teams. Instead, APG says, let's take the high ground. They'll come to us eventually. And with them willing to wait, you saw how many points were being distributed to the rest of APG. Skynet yet again with 4 elimination points to be the main marksman of the team. Well, of course, that has always been backed by the rest of the members like Dangax as well.
And here are our highlights for this match. As we can see a lot of engagements right here with PBMS and Max, but I think it was PBMS that actually got eliminated right there. A lot of engagements actually ensued in the open area around here in our water town and in the apartments area. But of course, by the time that we headed off to the final circle, it's still the slopes that that's near Rozak area wherein they had to battle it out. I think it was a really good defense from the top 3 teams as we saw YG, SG, and APG that were already waiting off in that specific area. And then it was also the 3 of them that had to battle it out in our final circle.
Yeah, beautifully executed right through, and I would say still massive improvements from many of all these teams like SG as well as RTC. Earlier, you were saying like, oh, RTC, they've only had struggles heading to the late game. They finally made the cut, and they look really, really good this time around.
Right. I guess it's all about the adjustments that they had to make. I think with the rest day that our players had, I mean, I know that it's just 2 days, but I think it's enough for them to actually review their gameplays, including the gameplays of their enemies or opponents as well. But the match rankings that we have right here, very, very balanced gameplay for APG as they were able to secure 10 placement points and 10 elimination points, giving them 20 total points. Trailing right behind them is SG with 16, YG with 11, RTC with a good run with 9 points, Fearless with 7, Harame Bro with 6, Goat and KHI with 5.
Yeah, that was a really good round coming from majority of all these players to be able to pack in so many elimination points despite, having dire situations to navigate. The only 2 teams that didn't manage to actually get much out of this round was NX as well as TTQ. It's not that they didn't try. We saw how difficult it is for them to actually book a spot. TTQ moving the rows out. Bam! That was Arame Bros. NX, they tried to also deep dive through the western corner of the map, and it seems like they also got caught out. But I would still say healthy numbers overall. Of course, teams kind of wish they could have gotten a whole lot more out of that. So impressive coming from all around that they managed to get an average of 3 points and above. Of course, a little bit slower round for the side of 214 as well as Team Max, which maybe we expect a little bit more feistiness coming in from them. But of course, not going to hold them back for that because we still got a couple more rounds of Erangel to play it out. But let's take a look at the overall rankings to see what's the major update coming this time around.
Looks like APG, I think, as expected, still sitting pretty on top of the leaderboards with 41 total points and 2 winner chicken dinners, followed by YG with 24, SG with 20, RTC with 15, KE with 14, KHI with 12, Time to Cook with 9, Fearless with 8, Goat and GOA with 7, Bro and PBMS with 6, 214 with 5, SX with 3, NX with 2, and Max with 1.
Plenty more to go as we will take a look at our top 4 teams. So far, it's been very consistent rounds coming in from APG. Well, they've always been number 1 for these past 2 rounds, so what am I even saying, right? But Yangon Galacticos, we saw how relentless they were to take on fights on the round of Sanhok. This time, a little bit more stable. They prioritized their position a whole lot more. 6 eliminations with the amount of placement points that they've gotten to be able to hold on to that number 1 spot is absolutely respectable. But it's going to be the MVP once again to be our shining star of the day, Skynet.
Right, this is going to be the second time that he's the MVP. 4 eliminations, 711 damage, 181 damage taken, a survival time of 28 minutes and 44 seconds, and 46% of team contribution. If we take a look at the damage distribution, he was able to inflict 19% of his damage through headshots, which I think is instrumental in securing the elimination point. So looks like this is a really good run for Skynet. Looks like he is on fire right now, but we still have 4 more matches to go. So let us see as to whether the streak continues or if we will have a new challenger to actually step up and get the remaining maps that we have. Anyway, we still have 2 remaining maps for Erangel, and then the last 2 maps are going to be in the map of Miramar. So it looks like it's time for our players to take a rest first, and then after that, of course, we'll have another bloodbath. But we'll take a quick break, and then by the time that we get back, it's still going to be in the Erangel map.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We're getting ourselves ready for Game 3, and for 2 rounds in a row, it has been dominated by Anchor PUBG as the undisputed kings at this moment, where their momentum has never left since week 1. But I believe there's still other teams hungry for that chicken dinner, Quintoyo, and we're about to find out who exactly will take it away from them. Here we go. This time around, we're going to get a little bit more of a pleasant flight path for a majority of these teams. We saw how difficult it was when they start off with a flight that cuts on through the bomb site and ends up all the way north of Rozak. Pretty ridiculous if you ask me, where some of them were struggling to look for even vehicles to kickstart off. But at least this is just a little bit more of a firmer access, if anything at all. The teams that love to drop inside of Sanhok military base will have to have a long journey before they start looting.
And I think it's all about the extremes when it comes to our plane path, because earlier it was right through the southern portion of the map. This time it's in the northern portion. So anyone who's planning to drop in the Sosnovka military base will obviously have a very difficult time, wherein they will have to go for that long drop and par play once again. But so far, we can see that majority of our teams have already dropped. We're basically just waiting for our play zone to show, and that's where we'll know as to which rotation they would follow.
Yeah, and we're looking at a lot of teams covering over onto the western corner map, from Zarki and the entire region of Georgia Pole from north as well as south. It's all fully decked out. Well, I guess we got ourselves a little bit of a predicament for those who are dropping onto the very edge of Lipovka, where this will pull all the way down to the southwest. But good news for some of them who are planning to move into military base, which, some portions are still kind of covered. Maybe they will just completely ditch it, because that's just one small quadrant of the circle that is being covered for the very moment, where most likely than not, it's not worth it to camp inside the island if you want to loot off. Maybe Fair Pure is a greater alternative.
That's true. But if you have noticed, looks like we already have one player down on the side of YG. They're definitely not off to a good start in our third match. But so far, looks like he was able to be revived after all, as we can see that we still have a complete squad on the side of YG. But here, looks like NX was trying to get into this area right here, but looks like someone already beat them to the punch. Goat, as they know that there's only one player here, now trying to push towards this one player, and he's now currently being pinned down as we have one complete squad going after him. But his teammates, of course, will not let him suffer alone. He was able to knock out one player right here. Very chill for chill guy, but the other players are not so chill anymore, as he was able to inflict damage through the multi.
Beautifully done, but he's also soaking one more for his own. Great job from BB Naughty to be able to steer clear away from danger, and you saw how much damage this one player did, and it was almost devastating. Thankfully, Zai managed to survive. I can't really say the same about what was actually being exchanged. But to my surprise, he's all alone, no backup whatsoever. And next, at least retrieves the first blood of their own.
Yeah, actually, there were a couple of players from Go that were trying to cover fire, but since it was a very difficult angle for them, they were not able to help him out anymore. And I probably feel like they think that it's not going to make much more sense if they still try to get into where the other players are, because it just might cost them more. So they decided to probably just bail out. Whereas here in our Pachinki area, looks like our team bro has already done looting. We know for a fact that Pachinki really is their dropping point, and so right now looks like getting inside of the zone or looking for a good spot inside of the zone would be their priority as of now.
Yeah, the good news about, always starting off inside Pachinki is that no matter where the zone goes for stage 1, you still will have decent trajectory to eventually move into the area of play. So It's gonna be a quick loot and then reposition perhaps for those who are hidden there. And
Mhm.
next, after taking down Chill Guy, they're wrapping around the island. Perhaps this is just a big idea where they are gonna have a lot of safety net to either loot from Novo, loot from military base, and then regroup later on to cut into Very Pure. So that could definitely be a strong plan up ahead. But question is there going to be anyone later on to take on the Fair Pure? So we'll have to wait and see. But for now, well, looks like I got my questions answered very immediately. It's going to be TTQ.
I think TTQ is still trying to be very, very aggressive. However, that costed them during our first Erangel map or our second match of the night. So we'll see as to whether they will be able to adjust their aggression this time. We know for a fact that it's not always about aggression. You have to be able to balance it out, know when the right timing is before you actually charge towards enemies. And so right now, what we're basically looking at would be RTC still going on for their rotation, whereas Fearless is here on the other side, probably still looting, and they'll probably be taking this area. Probably no plans of moving whatsoever since they're still inside.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a waiting game if you guys are waiting for action. But for now, a lot of these teams are definitely booking in some really prime spots. I would say that Fearless Esports, they have definitely gotten a decent hold of the surrounding by just taking the region of the south side of Gatka. Multiple compounds, but they are currently segregated, while the rest of 214, they're hoping to actually take the spot for their own as they crash through the gates. 7 support, he's trying to find a little bit something, and it's going to be flushed out towards the direction of XZ. Now, Michi's going to be able to at least get a glimpse, but that's all that there is. Not enough to recover Yubi Boy in such a predicament. Green out, prepping those nades. This is not going to look too easy for them to be able to dissect this fight. Pop off with a big wraparound as well. They managed to spot him out. But losing one member right there is going to hurt a little bit for the side of 214. At least they get to reset that fight where many of all these teams are also journeying through. YG, they're coming up close. It might just be a three-way fight.
Right. Looks like 214 is starting to get really, really pressured. This is really where they usually go, but I feel like they probably got surprised because Fearless is already here. YG going for that third party situation, and so 214 is currently being pinned down. But as you can see, Fearless, Pop Pop is already out of the game. Probably got surprised because of YG, but Zai is still trying to look for a way to be able to penetrate the defense of 214, knowing that YG is going to be on the other side. So meaning to say that 214 really is going to be sandwiched right here. But YG is still waiting for that perfect angle and perfect timing for them to be able to take a knockout from one of these two teams.
Here we go. A little bit more aggression displayed from the side of XZ. But Yango Galacticos, they're definitely getting a little bit more of a pepper spray coming in from Astro X at this very moment. Up against Mernat, who's pretty much got nowhere else to go. He's trying to defend himself while the sprays are still hitting him through the smoke. So Yango Galacticos says, this is not worth it. Let's not pry into this area. Let these two teams fight it out, and yeah, we'll find them later on.
I mean, I feel like they're like, okay, we'll meet each other by the time that we get to the final circle. But right now we can see that there are a couple of teams that are outside of the zone right now. We have SG, Go, GOA, NX, and Max that really needs to step up because for the past 2 games they've only earned 1 point, and we know for a fact that for the past 2 games earning just 1 point is really, really bad. So I mean to say that they have to make up for those lost points in the remaining matches that we have. With the shift of the circle, as you can see, Max is still far from where the play zone is. So right now they're probably just figuring out a way to get inside safely, knowing that a lot of the teams are probably already in, just waiting for them, and they are on the verge of being gate capped.
Yeah, and the problem about moving in so late is that you are lacking all the information that you could possibly gain. And I guess, like, perhaps it just provides them with a little bit of a safety net if they could just drive directly into stage 3. So it could be a decent call if they could, of course, first and foremost, survive all these form of shots that will come their way while they are trying to traverse through the map. Whereas for YG, I think it was a smart call not to really overcommit as well. When you look at the pattern for YG, they like to eavesdrop for a little bit. They see whether if that is a very direct winnable fight. If not, they're just gonna pull back for a little bit longer and then recommit after maybe about 5 minutes or so. And so YG, I think they're just plotting up ahead because it's still rather early for them to actually make much of these advancements. Whereas GOA, they're looking for something, and it's gonna be beautiful sprays to pop the tire. It leaves him to a spin, and now Zai is absolutely stranded. NX, what's gonna be the next call? Are they gonna go in to pick him up because he's got nowhere to run? Jeffrey's gonna lock them out of position. Now, what is going to be the case here for NX? I think they really have to take this fight if they really want to save his teammate from that position.
Definitely, but Jeffrey is really making sure that he guards this angle right here, but NX will not allow him to basically eliminate that other player that they have. Unfortunately, the other members of GOA are right here in this perimeter as well. We can see Godspeed and WTZ getting ready with that nade, but Pacquiao was able to take a knockout through that shotgun right there. And so we have one player down on the side of NX. Looks like Godspeed has been thirsted out right away, but another nade was able to knock out another player from GOA side as well. So it looks like this is a good trade knock for both teams. But King WTZ was able to take a good angle, and so two players are out for their side, but they are still trying to fight it out and survive this as GOA is now trying to go for that reset, even though a lot of them are heavily damaged.
Yeah, it's a very dire situation. They really got to heal up. This is just a fight inside the blue zone that they are fighting up against, and also needing to take on the rest of NX. Big nades toss across. Play Junior. He's going to be on the forefront while he has to hold out the rest of NX. NX, they're absolutely ready to go in for the exchange. Head count already down. Well, it's going to be TZ, the next one to follow suit. NX, they wing out this fight, and now down to 1 versus 1. I was trying to say 1 versus 2 at this very moment. Red bars are kind of deceiving me for a little bit. So, it's all in or nothing. Maybe Nani, now with a grenade, he's just gonna lob it, and he's got no more mats to go. He does get a little bit more to knock. The damage has been dealt. But GOA, they come out victorious, and this might just be a last hurrah. He hopped downwards, and that second tab almost got him.
I thought that was going to be a clutch since the players from GOA are all heavily damaged, but looks like they will now be prioritizing healing up. And since it's already stage 3 headed towards stage 4, the damage of the blue zone is going to be very, very painful for them. So we just basically have to wait and see as to whether they will survive this, but looks like it is highly possible for some of them to be taken out by the zone. So far, we have KHI already securing a spot inside of the circle while trying to scout for enemies near the area. We have Barney right here guarding the backside of their defense, whereas here we have Time to Quick also waiting for enemies to be in their perimeter for them to be able to give them that surprise attack.
Yeah, I just couldn't get over that last fight, you know. Queen Telio, like, that was too close for comfort. Goa could have actually crashed out. NX, with that last stand, super respectable. Probably one of the best 4v4 fights that we've seen for the day. That's a little bit more direct from two teams rather than, you know, third parties and stuff like that. So we want to see a whole lot more out of that. I believe that they will absolutely deliver when we take a look at the field of Gatka. It's maybe camping out very early in this shack, and as much as you can get a couple of glimpses, it's still going to be a tough spot to actually hold out. I think that he's currently all alone. Not sure where the other two members are. Shouldn't be too far off. Team Max have finally arrived into the zone of play. Now challenging the rest of RTC right across the corner. And oh, what a tag. And that leaves Easy feeling very uneasy.
I like that wordplay right there. I mean, he was trying to spot out enemies, but he was spotted first. And looks like Max really made sure to prioritize getting inside of the play zone so that they could, be more comfortable in terms of just defending their ground, as opposed to them trying to find a way to squeeze themselves inside of the zone. SG, on the other hand, already sporting one elimination point. Looks like they will be in a battle with Max, as Migs did not really stop, but most likely he will tell his teammates that we have enemies right here. Looks like they will be going back to where they are, looking for a good spot right here where they will be seen by their teammates. But unfortunately, as the zone shifted, looks like they're already out of the zone. So they now have to find a way to get in without being detected by those that are already in.
Wow, look at the shift of the zone. Everyone thought it was going to be around that quarry region. Now it pulls in between quarry as well as pure. A lot of flat ground terrains where all these teams will have to hold out. Meanwhile, Harame Bros, they have the best spot. That also means plenty of teams wants to fight them for that spot up the hillside. Whoever controls that region, they can actually be the kingmakers of this match. But we shall actually see if the rest of Harame Bros can hold still and steady. Speaking of which, Nathan's already found a headshot towards Night Boy. And quickly as we go, T-Max also follows suit to take on more members of RTC.
Mhm. Looks like this is a really good spot for Harame Bro. They've known to really take this compound right here, but the 2-1-4 boys were shot at by Bro, securing another set of points for them. Looks like that wasn't a good run for our 2-1-4. Even though they were moving targets, they were still knocked out of the way. And as you can see on this portion right here, we have Mix probably giving info to his teammates. But since he is right next to Max, looks like he is not going to be healed up anymore. So the best thing that he can do is to basically just provide them info.
Yeah, speaking of whatever you could possibly gain out of this scenario here, well, that they came really close. Kind of scared me for a little bit if T-Max will nade themselves in that first instance, so at least they managed to clear it out safely. Well, I couldn't say the same. Jipna, he saw where the shots were coming from, he traced it, and he got the rest of SG or NX. I'm not too sure which one got eliminated, but man, it's getting a lot more hectic while we have a 1v1 duel down to Niche Sky. RTC's got to pull every string possible. That is support just slowly tagging over the doors. There's still more coming from the outskirts as well. Man, this guy is in the gutter and he's got to find a way out. He just randomly tossed a grenade, hoping to catch Astro. Not quite enough.
Oh my god, we only have 2 players left on the side of Fearless, but here on this other side we have PBMS going up against GOA, where Clay Jr. will already be bleeding out because there's no choice but for them to leave him behind. We have PBMS right here with 2 elimination points already secured. We can see that based on our Q feed, some of the players from Harame Bro are getting knocked out. We have 1 player left on the side of KE as well, whereas Kaya is just there on top of the hill, trying not to draw attention to himself. YG, on the other hand, keeps on throwing nades in order for them to basically inflict some splash damage and have him basically spotted. Kaya, since he is the only one left, and the van will probably not be revived anymore, already found a way to get inside the zone, but he had to go out of the zone before he can, get inside safely first. YG, with 2 elimination points and 1 casualty, still very, very aggressive and already replenishing their utilities for the upcoming battles.
Yeah, it's been a really tough fight from all around the corners, and you can see how little space there is to actually play things out. Those at the middle aren't exactly all the safest. Meanwhile, SX has gotten one of the best compounds over on the south side. They can afford to hold out for at least another circle, but APG, they're scattered across TTQ over on the far southeast corner map. They gotta settle the scores before they get their way in, and which is why we're already seeing a lot of battles taking place. Zuki does catch onto Barney on the southeastern corner of the map, over onto the small screen that you're looking at right now, while DBMS, they're hoping to hold out the rest of Goa, which have lost 1 member in that prior battle. But it's going to be TTQ that does come up slightly ahead. Barney limping, and they're just going to rampage him through, driving that buggy, securing it against Rymon, and KHI is already out.
Oh my gosh, it's very congested right at this portion of the zone with a lot of teams all struggling to get in. They will have to clear each other out before they can get inside or probably go for a bailout, which is not really ideal given the current situation right now. YG is currently being pinned down. We see Kaya still taking one player down on the side of SX, even though he is all alone. Pretzel going for that grenade illumination. Romeo Boy already getting thirsted. Looks like we only have one player left on the side of YG, whereas he is still nowhere to be spotted, but looks like he has been spotted after all. And so YG is now out of the game.
Beautifully done from the side of Playbook Esports. Well, PBMS, now that they do have, of course, a partner together alongside with them this season, looking stellar, looking really great, while they also will have to eventually challenge Harame Bros, which has remained to be the safest around the region due to the fact that they are holding some of the best spots possible. I'm just surprised that a lot of these teams were choosing to take those battles up against each other, then actually challenge the spot for Harame Bros, because that area, you get a full glimpse of the entire field. Speaking of which, now GOA, they're pretty stuck right behind that rock and the vehicle, and all they really have to do is just to hug over on the ground real tight for now. Monboy, range, they're slowly getting activated, looking for the rest of these members of PBMS. Monboy coming in really closely, but he falls back as a respected territory. KE, next one to falter in top 9. At least a couple of boys to book out. While GOA, are they going to make themselves known here? Because they could actually look for MM, who's holding out onto this position for the longest of time, while the rest of them are on wheels.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that MM was guarding them, but looks like MM had no idea at all that they were in that specific spot right there. But looks like maybe 007 is getting knocked out because of all the throwables that has been thrown towards them. Looks like Ryder will get knocked out as well, as APG is now trying to push towards their location. He has no choice but to go out, since there are a lot of throwables right there. But looks like that is the end of the line for our GOAT due to that very aggressive push coming from APG.
Yeah, beautiful Molotov thrown into the shack. And that's the problem about holding it into such a tight space. Rame Bros, they hunkered down. They sent even more members, Chipna, now to also tag alongside range to give him a little bit more cover support. Spretzel, though, have to dance off all these nades, all these bullets sent his way. It's brought down to 50%. How on earth is he still alive? Beats me. APG somehow crashes out as well. It's been 10 points in for Harame Bros. A big recovery for the Filipinos, and they will look for a whole lot more. And same could be said about SX as they try to march up ahead. They heard all the noise. They want in. They smell blood. Driving right through. Not really hitting the mark. Oh, he's got to fall back. And he does do it really safely, though. Trezzy, bringing up close and personal, does not exchange well enough against Bond Boy.
Oh my gosh, Yu was the only one left, but he had no choice but to actually bail out since his teammates are already heavily damaged. Pretzel here taking another knockout on the side of SX, so Yu will definitely have to make his presence not felt for the next remaining circles. PBMS is also now unstoppable with the 10 elimination. Same goes for Harame Bro. Unfortunately, looks like they will be pinned down right here outside of the zone, as Bro is already trying to shoot towards them. PBMS will have to look for a longer route to get inside of the zone safely, whereas Bro has decided that it's not really worth it to wait it out to PBMS anymore, as getting inside of the zone would be more important.
Yeah, you can take notice that whoever took control of the hill have been rewarded very handsomely. As a matter of fact, it's 2 of the PH teams that has been able to back 10 eliminations each. Oh, spoke a little too soon about the rest of Playbook Esports, though. Mom Boy, tight space. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Hope there's still going to be a couple of smokes for them to cover. Here comes Pretzel, creating a little bit more space for them to work around with, but still no rescue whatsoever towards the side of MM. Molotov's drop right in, coming from range. She drops another nade. Too close for comfort, but not quite yet. But he still has plenty more to go. He finds MM. Now it's going to be another long throw to eventually look for the Spritzer as well as Momboy. It's going to be a direct spray coming right in. And it's going to be Harame Bros with that massive 14 point.
Ooh, definitely a good comeback for Harame Bro, but PBMS did really well as well, because they were able to secure 10 points after all. So now we are down to the last 4 teams, or as we still have 3 players from Time to Quick, 2 players from Max, and 3 players from Bro. So with the circle that we currently have right now, everyone has taken their own sides. So we basically just have to wait as to where the next circle will be for us to determine as to who gets to keep their spot.
To me, it's pretty insane that throughout how many fights that Harame Bros have taken, not even a single member has been eliminated. Just baffles me. Immaculate display of firepower and grit on how they control the entire region, and now Team Max, they turned it long enough. I think they've gotten enough info on Harame Bros. They're starting to be a little bit more proactive alongside the rest of TTQ. So we'll see if Harame Bros can actually hold out. And that is going to be a great cover coming from the side of 007 to see whether if he needs any form of help. But oh boy, TTQ now has to march in. Same can be said about Team Max, and this looks very much like a Harame Bros game.
Yeah, actually, I thought that there were only 3 players left on the side of Harame Bro, but looks like we still have a complete squad. They were doing a 2-2 split earlier in order for them to cover more ground, but looks like with the shift of the circle, I definitely agree. Looks like this is going to be their game because they now have a good zone control wherein they can basically see everyone else. Everyone's problem is getting inside of the zone. Not being detected by Harame Bro, that's basically waiting it out for them. We can see the Time to Quick is getting inside one by one, slow but sure. But Max, on the other hand, is struggling but still trying to fight their way in.
Where did he find this hovercraft? Out of nowhere, like they drive it from Fair Pier or something like that, because I didn't see this hovercraft initially, and somehow it magically appeared. This could be a really good bunker for them to hold out using that hovercraft as a cover for now. So it's still not going to be a straightforward fight for the rest of Harame Bro. So with this form of spread, TTQ does fancy the opportunity, but Team Max, they have not made themselves known. This has been a little bit more of an improvement for Team Max that did not manage to gain much points coming from the past 2 rounds. You can say the same about TTQ, where there were rounds that they managed to get massive elimination points, but not exactly the best of placements. So this is where they will have to challenge Harame Bros, because if they don't, then this could very well be a 20-pointer game for them.
Right, because right now they already secured 14 elimination points. If they get everyone else, then that's going to be additional 5 points plus 10 more for the winner chicken dinner in any case that they are successful in getting it. But as you can see, our Harame Bro is really adamant on defending their spot right now and really trying to look for the best angles in order for them to be able to see everyone else. Whereas this small ridge right here is the only cover that Time to Quick has. Jappy is already trying to get in where they are, trying to throw some nades and see if he can penetrate the defense of the players from Time to Quick. And we can now see nades after nades as MV007 is now knocked out, and with all those follow-up nades, he's now getting a lot of splash damage, which would eventually lead to his death.
There's not much gas left in the tank for the rest of TTQ. 2 of these members are seeked out already. So it's all down to Zuki to try to pull whatever's possible from his angle. And Team Max, they waited long enough. When are they going to start fighting up against the rest of Harame Bros? Since they're all focusing on Zuki, this could be a really good chance right now for them to at least take up some space over on the south side. I believe Jipna is on the approach. And speaking of which, one of the members has been knocked out. Zuki could only be crawling for so long. And that will be the end for TTQ. And there's only 1 player left. Is it going to be a Rick run for Easy? He goes in for a sharpshoot. Coming in from the side of Jipna. But it will still be Harame Bros that close out this match, bringing it back home for the Philippines.
Oh my gosh, that was a really good run for Harame Bros. Certainly the record breaker for this week, if I'm not mistaken. They were able to score 19 elimination points plus another 10 points for the winner chicken dinner. So that basically means that they will be moving up into the leaderboards that easily. But of course, we cannot discount the fact that APG, even though they were one of the teams that got eliminated early, they were still able to bring home a couple of elimination points, something to say that it is highly possible for them to stay on top.
What a crazy round it has been. And Harame Bros, you're telling me that not even a single member got eliminated. How many fights they actually signed up for? And they got 19 elimination points? This is absolutely insane. And for the fact of the matter is, Jibna has been the one that has done lethal damage. That's 8 limbs and 1,000 over damage output. And you add those numbers together, wow. It's just baffling.
And if we take a look at the damage taken for each of the members of Harame Bro, it's actually quite low. So I mean to say that they really had a good spot inside of the zone because they have something to cover themselves with. And yes, we are right. Harame Bro taking home the winner chicken dinner with 19 total eliminations, giving them a total of 29 points for this match alone, would definitely make it seamless for them to go up our leaderboard.
Queen Toyo, I gotta ask you, is this the all-time high so far? 19 elimination points here in this season? Or was there a bigger chicken dinner that I missed out last week?
For the season, I think this is the highest so far. If I'm not mistaken, the record last week was around 17.
Wow. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. And we just saw how they have been able to really take that spot. But taking that spot wasn't exactly the biggest of the issue. The issue is holding firm to it, and they have just displayed that they can do that magnificently well. They cleared up all these players from the north point, and then all they had to do is focus over on the south side, where you saw battles taking place over the hillside, where this PBMS that was the biggest aggressor, which we saw both sides actually receive at one point 10 eliminations apiece, and then after they were gone, they could safely farm all these big numbers.
Right. And with the match rankings, I think this isn't really unexpected at all since we're already able to compute it beforehand. 29 total points for Harame Bro. PBMS, even though they ended up in top 4, as you can see, they still managed to be second because of the elimination points. 14 for them, Time to Quick with 11, Max with 8, APG with 7, SX and GOA both with 5 points each, and YG with 3.
Wow. And, we were talking a little bit about, Federalis. Are we missing him a little too much? If they could play at this pace, I say it's okay, buddy. We'll see you guys later in the grand finals of the PMSL or even bigger stages in the international circuit. So far, I think things are looking really, really good for Harame Bros. Despite, we were scrutinizing in the past early rounds where, hey, they're not really starting on the right foot, but well, they acclimated perfectly on time for the rest of these matches.
Right. And with the overall rankings, just like what we have mentioned, APG still stays on top because they still managed to bring home a couple of points. With 2 winner chicken dinners, they have 48 total points, followed by Bro with 35, YG with 27, SG with 21, Time to Quick and PBMS both with 20 points each, KE and RTC with 16, KHI and GOA with 12, Fearless with 11, Max with 9, GOAT and SX with 8, 214 with 5, and NX with 4, which is a little bit surprising because 214 and NX did extremely well for the first week. So now that we are in the second week, the question that we have there is, are they letting the pressure get into them? But with the top 4 teams for this match, of course, you have Harame Bro with 19 eliminations, followed by PBMS with 10, Time to Quick with 6, and Max with 2.
Yeah, back to your question as well, of where we have expected 214 to be able to at least come up at least with an average of 5 points, 6 points per round. This is definitely far off from what we saw back in week 1. Perhaps they have not really adapted to the pacing of all the other teams that have made their own adjustment, which is why you see big improvements coming all across the board at the very least. So still plenty of time for them to still figure things out. So hopefully tonight they spend maybe an hour or two to talk to their coaching staff to see how they can navigate. But hey, we still got another 3 maps to go. But Jibna, I think by far he has been able to deal the highest amount of damage so far coming in to all the matches that has been played. And I just want to see a whole lot more coming out of this gentleman.
Definitely a good run for Harame Bro so far because just like what we have mentioned before, they didn't really do that well during week 1. I think the challenge for 214 here is that if you do extremely well for week 1, you will be the apple of the eye of the other teams, and looks like that's exactly what happened to them. But APG really proved to us that regardless if they are on top and everyone else is basically targeting them because of the good performance that they have, they can still manage to remain on top, and that they have not been complacent, not even once.
Yep, they will stop at nothing. And you know what? Even with Techno, when you get your hands on the POVA 5G Pro, you can absolutely stop for nothing, as well as it comes with an ultra smooth 120 hertz AMOLED curved screen display, and with the Camon 30S powered by a fast gaming processor. They've got you sorted out. Techno is a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers like you, so you can game all day and first have a smooth and enjoyable experience when you get your hands on it. So make sure you check that out. They definitely do have their webpage as well as the website to actually for you guys to check out. And also not forgetting this 7th anniversary, there's so many new updates into the game that you don't want to miss.
We are thrilled to announce that PUBG Mobile will be collaborating with a great DJ and musical genius, Alan Walker. So there's that collaboration that we have. And of course, enjoy the time of Golden Moon Camel arriving March 7 with 7th anniversary version. So that's just 2 days away from now.
That's right, and you did mention about Alan Walker. I remember in the early days of PUBG Mobile, he created bangers after bangers, and he's definitely here to release maybe another one. So we see that there's going to be 3 tracks. Faded is already out, so you guys can check that out. Well, of course, he's known for that song anyway. So, of course, while we go on the break, make sure you guys go ahead to see what you can actually get out of our 7th anniversary celebration. So make sure you download the game if you guys are sitting in the rock or something like that. Man, update your game if you guys haven't played for a long time. So I guess that's all for now, as we'll go on the long break, Queen Toyo, and we will be back for more chicken dinners to come. See you then.
On me, can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall.
What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're alone in this, so facing threats alone, we always standing already. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength,
And let your
courage, lead the way.
Yeah, boy.
I'll go. Welcome back once again as we are diving into our fourth match of the day, as it will be our final map of Erangel for day 1 of the week 2. If you guys just joined us on board, I hope you guys have already gotten your dinner all sorted out for our Muslim brothers and sisters. Of course, I hope that you guys have already had a good breaking of fast. So we are going to continue on with our journey here. 3 maps back to back, and I guess like certain teams, they have not found the tempo just yet, Quintoyo, where, you know, it seems like certain teams like Team Max or even some big names, they're struggling when it comes down to Erangel, especially for 217. So we'll see if this will be a break good enough for them to reset their minds and then dive right into even the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Right. I mean, with all the adjustments from the other teams, there are some teams that clearly cannot keep up, and that is starting to be their downfall. I know that it has only been 3 matches, and we still have a lot more to go, but the thing is, you know, it's really taking a toll on the performance of the teams, especially since there's only 2 weeks for the group stage, and then we're off to the finals. So every match really counts, especially for week 2. Especially for those that are struggling during week 1. Though we can see that some teams are currently stepping up. So, for example, KHI Esports is a prime example of that, since I have mentioned that they were very consistent in being at the bottom of the leaderboards, but this time around, they're currently in top 9. Definitely not where they want to be yet, but this is a good start compared to their run for last year.
True enough, and overall, I believe that every single run is going to be a big opportunity out there, but it is going to be whether or not if they manage to seize it. So without further ado, let's get ourselves ready for our final matchup of Erangel for the night. And get set, we go.
Flying into the final Erangel map of the night, let us see as to where the flight path would take us. And of course, aside from the flight path, another thing that we have to take into consideration would be the play zone for us to determine as to which rotation they would follow. So starting in from Novorepnoye, going up to Georgia Paul area, I would say that this is a lot better compared to the previous flight paths that we had, since this will cover majority of the places in the map, since we will be going or passing through right in the middle portion of the Erangel map.
Yeah, finally we get a little bit more of a steady start for everybody out there to readjust and not really scratch their head on, okay, where do I find my vehicle? Where do I get my loot? So at least all of these stuff will be sorted out, while we are also looking at NX to be one of the earliest droppers. And last game, they have shown us a really exciting team fight, which they almost won against another team, which I definitely will have to recall since I took a break and I'm like thinking, that was a really, really good fight. But if I can recall, was it FRL? Which team was it exactly?
I'm sorry, which area?
They were fighting around the compound. I guess we hold that top for now because it's Ramen Bro striking while the iron's hot with the knife straight into a fist fight. And
one.
Oh boy, so close. Zuki, he comes in for the cover. But Ramen Bros, they are going to be safe for now. Oh, wow.
Gosh. We only have one player left on the side of Time to Quick. Definitely bad for them. I mean, this is, I guess, is the second match we're in. It's going to be an early elimination for Time to Quick. And it was just very unfortunate, since just like what we have established, it's basically them getting into the garage for them to secure vehicles. But, you know, with a knife fight and all that, I guess the Philippines is very, very particular when it comes to that. And so with that melee battle that we were able to we were able to eliminate majority of the players from Time to Quick. But we have one player right here that is left. He was able to take a knockout on one of the players of Bro, which is Range on as to whether he will go for that confirmation of the kill. But looks like he was able to confirm Range after all, and now he's just cooking nades for our players that are trying to get to where he is.
Yeah, Zuki absolutely getting surrounded right now. He's got to quickly think about what his plan is right here. At the very least, there's not many troubles being picked up just yet by the members of Ramen Bros, since they only visited the garage. So they will have to scavenge for a little bit more on the other side of the compound. Perhaps there is at least something that they could throw towards, but they will break the doors just to see if they could actually catch Zuki. Zuki climbs up! Wow! Okay, he spots him out.
That is it. Oh my gosh. A good run for Ramibro. That was a 1v4 trade. Range had to go, but he is IGL after all, so maybe he will be given more chance to actually provide direction towards his teams. He can just focus on that for the meantime. Whereas I saw a couple of engagements earlier as well. We can see that APG already has 1 point, and looks like they were able to get that 1 point from SG. But the battlefield is quiet once again, as we can see. On this side, we have Fearless that's basically securing this perimeter here in our portion of the map.
Yeah, and for the matter of fact that Jappy really contributed so much in these early scuffles with that game. Just brought halt in all the points out there. I always love watching this hovercraft in action. Like, it's so slow and yet so effective, especially when you want to cut across the river. As a matter of fact, Quintoyo, we are actually getting ourselves SMB ending, which is why they're getting this hovercraft to quickly surf through. And oh boy, MM is arriving through the sea shores just in the nick of time. But how long will it take for them to shred out this hovercraft? Probably not worth it, while they also get on board with their own.
Like, and looks like they have their own hovercraft as well, and it's now time for our GOAT to basically do that revenge spray against them, since they were trying to basically have their hovercraft explode. Looks like they were unsuccessful in doing so, but Goat already made sure that they will not be able to use it anymore. But looks like we already have Pretzel that was already able to cross the other island, and he is now providing information to his teammates. But unfortunately, looks like he will have to go back to where his teammates are, probably go for a different location, since his teammates are going to have a very difficult time crossing, since he was able to see that Gold already went to a different spot. He's now coming back and telling his teammates that it is safe for them to cross, and that since he still has a hovercraft, they can use that to basically get to the other island.
Yeah, I just gotta find another one. And overall, perhaps they might have actually regretted shooting back at Go Esports early on, because they could just quietly follow them, trail them from behind, and maybe just get by without all too much of a problem. Now, needing to find a different alternative could be a little bit of a hassle, despite maybe if there is another hovercraft lying around. And even so, what are the chances that Goat doesn't shoot the other one, right? So,
Right.
we gotta think about all these notions where teams will have to be very cautious on their approach. Well, speaking of caution, it's gonna be YG driving next to the members of Fearless Esports, Ranzer and St. Cloud. They're about to go in for a little bit of brawl. I believe there's still more members coming in from the side of YG as they hold out inside of their pure. Fearless Esports does have the lighthouse though, and a bird's eye view. They spot everybody on board, so this is gonna be good intel for them to work with.
And as you can see, they were already able to take a knockout on the side of YG. So I think they were taken by surprise because fearlessly scattered at the moment, and yes, we have the lighthouse right there, so they can practically see everyone else. And so since they're one player off, YG has already decided that it's no longer worth it to be in that engagement because they're already one man down. So it's a lot better for them to get to the next destination, which is in this portion of the map. Looks like Fearless will not be going after them after all. Raimon, on the other hand, was already able to take a good spot here on top of the bridge, but we have NX standing by on the other end. So we'll have to wait and see if this is the right choice for him as to whether he will be able to spot NX first or if he will be the first one to be spotted instead.
He's got to be a little bit more quiet, though. I believe some of the footsteps could be heard by these members of NX. So
True.
I guess that they will now pay attention. They heard those noises already, but they couldn't really hear where exactly he is on the scaffolding or even spot him out. But here we go. Great angles to knock down Baby Naughty.
Oh no, he was too greedy, wanted to thirst him out. And what happened was it was a trade. And the problem there is he's on top of the bridge, so it's going to be very difficult for his teammates to get to where he is. Godspeed now getting ready with that nade as to whether Blanks will be taking all those damage, but looks like he was not successful in doing so. But Godspeed still very quick with his gun, was able to take a knockout. Buddy goes down as well. And Esports making sure that they thirst out the players that are getting knocked out very, very quick when it comes to that. They're really making sure that they get all the points as soon as someone goes down. And King WTZ,
He naded himself.
oh my gosh, yes, he naded himself. And so we are down to the last player, and looks like that player already bailed out.
Oh no. NX, they could have had it in the back. Just a lot of all these mishaps from the decision of thirsting that player to self-nading, and now they find themselves a very tough challenge to even survive in this matchup, let alone get out of that bridge, because that circle now pops, it goes back into mainland. Whoever got into the island now will have to also cut over a bridge. NX, deep trouble, but hey, good news for the side of PBMS. They've got themselves that hovercraft. So useful coming into the map, and I just love the updates bringing us more and more offerings like this, so that all our pro players could put this into good effect.
And actually, if you noticed, PBMS keeps on going back and forth across the islands, because I think they were probably expecting that it was going to end up in the military base, and then realized that they will have to go back to the main island. Same goes for Goat, that already crossed and now has to go back. So everyone's getting tricked by the zone right now. But looks like our Goat Bunny right here, even though The hovercraft is already on the verge of exploding. He is headed right towards where PBMS is. He had to get off of the hovercraft. Unfortunately, looks like they already heard him, so it's gonna be very difficult for him to actually, cross and get to where our PBMS is. Looks like Goat is. Oh, looks like they're still complete, but it's Bunny that got here first. So no
Yeah,
backup so far.
I was just wondering, where's the rest of the members? Like, do they each have a hovercraft of their own, or
Ooh.
oh, they got a second game plan? They're taking a boat as an alternative route. They are going to be docking into the very corner of the circle, though. That was their own doing. They destroyed the other hovercraft from PBMS early on, and now regroups with the rest of, well, should I say, just Bunny? He took the tank,
Mhm.
left the rest vulnerable, but it doesn't matter too much as there's no shots being fired upon them. They even add apples now that I notice. Anyways, back into the game as we have Momboy to be the first contact. This is going to be crucial for Momboy to find that pick.
Actually, I thought that Bunny was going to be the sacrificial lamb, but as you can see, his teammates were very quick to back him up, but one player goes down. Maybe 007 has been knocked out, courtesy of the UMP of Monboy. He's now throwing some follow-up nades in order for him to make sure that he gets the kill, but Goat is still adamant on making sure that they heal each other up. Another nade is currently being thrown, but we can see that there are smokes, and looks like another one has been eliminated. Chill Guy is also knocked out, and they are now pushing towards our Goat to make sure that they eliminate each last member.
Yeah, the decision making coming from Goat isn't exactly the most precise. I mean, you get knocked and you're still hugging by that very corner. You need a little bit more coverage, and now it's only down to Ryder, who's holding out as he could not withstand the heat of the battle. Now it's all down to Bunny, as despite them arriving late, it seems like Bunny's the one to hold still. now follows suit, tries to close in the distance. Might be able to at least go in for another exchange, playing so defensively, and that's not going to be quite enough. 1 HP left, and leave none standing in the way. PBMS here to clean up house.
Gosh, 3 coming from Monboy. And the funny thing was, Bunny was the very first one to get there, but he was the last one to go. So I'm not really quite sure what happened there. And I definitely agree. They shouldn't have stayed in that corner because they already got knocked out there. And they know that Monboy knows where they are. But on this side of the garage, we can see SX and YG, wherein we are 1 man down on the side of YG. There are a couple of covers on the other end. Unfortunately, looks like Romeo Boy wasn't able to hold still, and he is now eliminated. Looks like we are down to the last player of YG. We can see that 214 is trying to go for that third-party situation as well, wherein SX is currently being pinned down as they are just staying in one small garage.
It's funny how, it's like a deja vu moment where we started off the match with that first split happening inside of that shack. And now we're going back here into Pachinki, into all these areas which we last saw all these players were playing because everybody got scammed. Now, 214, they're inside of the smokes, while the rest of FRL also interested to third party from the hillside. So they gotta always be on their toes to keep themselves perfectly covered up. While Fearless pulls back, they will leave Astro to continue hurling all these grenades. It does deal a little bit of a chunk of health bars onto the members of 214, but when are they going to respawn? I think they can actually go for this fight if they want to.
And as you can see, it's nades after nades on the side of Astro X, whereas 214 that was trying to pin down SX earlier is getting a karma of their own as they are now getting pinned down by FRL this time around. Looks like SX has a chance to get off of that garage, whereas 214 is still struggling. All they have are smokes and those trees to serve as their cover, but they're still getting splash damage after splash damage because of all the nades that are currently being thrown towards them.
Yeah, it seems like they're slowly running out of all these utilities, and support's going to cover the Astro X position that it was holding out for. So here's more bombardments just to refill a little bit more and fire in the hole. Oh, there we go. Support just needs 1 nade. It's like, Astro, you got quite a number, but I do it better. Can he actually get more though?
Okay, well, they're now trying to go for that reset. Unfortunately, it's not yet over for Fearless as they have more nades to throw. Kree, who has just been healed up, has been knocked out once again, and so Support is now trying to see if he can go for that confirmation, but changed his mind ultimately because he was surprised that there was someone going for the cover. So Kree is now currently being healed up once more, whereas Yumi Boy is just waiting in place for our Fearless to push towards them.
Meanwhile, Anchor PUBG also getting themselves involved in a little bit of a scuffle, it seems. Getting one pick off, 1 point added to the table. You see how precise these teams have been playing so far, and because of how the circle has shifted up and downwards, and all these teams are really putting a lot more emphasis onto getting into a best spot possible. Therefore, no big team fights just yet. Or should I say, even if there is, there's not heavy commitments whatsoever. RTC out in the open. Now Pikel's gonna look for it. We'll be able to at least secure one, but Nishiki, he's on the outskirts, playing by the corner of the tree as well as the tough corner. Now putting them back into the box as he will eventually go blow for blow, 1-for-1 exchange. Is that going to be just about enough cover? Nishiki, he's thinking about going for a revive, but there's no time whatsoever. Goa also got involved. The rest of these members of RTC, they're just having a lot of swarms of vultures wrapping around the corner. And look at the nades. They're dropping right in. The rest of PBE, they got to dodge all these defilates that are being thrown right through. Team Max are getting themselves a couple of respawns. Monboy now recovers a little bit just to try to see where exactly are they hurling these grenades from. Pop-Off getting a little bit more as he mastered not one member down of GOA.
PBMS is just trying to go for that third-party situation, but was taken by surprise by our Max, who keeps on throwing nades after nades, but Max has decided that it's better for them to go inside of the zone since they're all outside. But, as you can see, we have one player here on the side of GOA that's currently being pinned down by Fearless. We have Ranzer in support right here, getting ready with that shotgun, whereas that other player from GOA, Clay Jr., also has a shotgun of his own. Well, looks like he was able to knock out two players after all. And as you can see, looks like he was able to thirst them out as well. He is the only one left for his team. And so as much as possible, he's trying his best to make sure that he can get as much points as he can. But Support was able to go out of the house. But looks like he will try to thirst out Support using that nade, but changed his mind because he already heard that the vehicles of Fearless is already there waiting for him to go out.
My, what a hole it has been. This has been such a rowdy, intense fight. Fearless Esports now tossing Molotov and Flamer all eyes on him right now to take on the rest of them. They're all funneled into the same direction. This could be a decent chance, but it's not quite enough. One tag, and he's out. 11 points already for PBMS as they continue on with the rally of fights, now up against Harame Bros, the Titans of the Philippines, who have just won one of the biggest rounds out there for the week.
Well, PBMS fell short earlier, which was why Harame Bro was able to take that win. But looks like PBMS is up for the challenge. Unfortunately, looks like that is going to be the end for PBE. But it's a good thing that they were able to secure 11 eliminations after all. So they're very aggressive still. Same goes for Harame Bro, who really wants to make up for their first week performance. Right now, as you can see, they are now dominating with 10 eliminations. We still have 2 remaining players left, but unfortunately, 2 players already got knocked out. So meaning to say that we are down to the last player, and APG is making sure that they will be removing Harame Bro from the equation.
Wow. Precisive strikes. Despite some of all these splatters all across, APG still have 4 members strong. Well, I think that Harame Bros kind of overheated for a little bit. They were fixated onto these members of PBMS. Surely they shut them down. But I still think it's been a really strong record that they're showing or displaying to all of us out there that this week, all the PH teams, they're stepping up. They want to take as many fights as possible to get in with all the points that they have lost from the past week. So definitely a very different showing, but we're absolutely enjoying it. While 2-on-4, they got the rest of FRL driving by. This has been the longest fight that there is through the hillside, but it is going to be 214 Akira that will be holding firm as they zone out the rest of Fearless Esports.
And Astro X still not done with 214. As you can see, they're still in the same spot right here. Yumi Boy going down. They will try to see if they can heal him up, whereas Astro X already popped off smoke right in front of him in order for him to be covered, since he knows that there is also someone on the other side of where he is right now. But looks like 214 is currently being pinned down. Mitchie trying to get away from the situation, but has been caught up by other teams as APG is trying to go for that third-party situation, and he is eliminating 214 one by one. Kree very low on HP. Yui Boy trying to heal up, but the spot where they're at right now is very, very difficult as they are now currently being surrounded.
Now we understand why these teams were battling for the hillside, because this is a god angle that they're working with. Like 214 Akira, as much as they were playing over onto the hillside, there's almost barely enough cover. So Astro X count his lucky stars that the rest of these 214 members were preoccupied, and Key is going to fall short right here. At least they walk away with these 2 pointers. 6 more teams remain. A very daunting task. And APG might just actually find themselves another winning formula. Oh, where are these bullets come from? It's top once again.
Oh my gosh, this is a really good spot for APG. Currently at 7 elimination points. Looks like they are out to get more, and it's going to be very difficult both for Fearless and 214 to get out of where they are right now, because all eyes of APG are on them. And if we take a look at the circle right now, SX is practically right in the middle of the zone, and looks like they are staying very, very quiet. And right now, looks like the zone has shifted in their favor, and 214 is now going up against Fearless, where Astro X goes down. Looks like that was a revenge nade coming from 214, as they have now been eliminated.
He absolutely made it rain. It took a very long time for them to wrap up that fight, but finally, they settled the scores. Now the onus is on 214 Akira. They need to push through, and their target are on SX. Not an easy compound to penetrate through, especially with all their vehicles pretty much blown out. Now this is the rest of KE driving past the members of Yangon Galacticos, and they managed to at least go blow for blow. Master at least will be revived. Yangon Galacticos can only hold on for so long as they lost too many members from earlier on. Well, now X, he takes over that position, and you just see this is just a crazy angle that APG is holding out. I'm not even certain if other teams can even challenge SX. They're happy that they're in the compound so that APG won't go in for the direct flush. But it's really down to 214 Akira. What do they do now? Because APG is holding them back.
Right. And actually, they've been in that spot for a very, very long time. And I'm actually quite surprised that they're still in the game, because they were being pinned down earlier, and yet they managed to hold out for a very long time. Unfortunately, Yumi Boy goes down as well. So that just leaves us with a final member, which is Kree, because obviously MS will just bleed out. I don't think that there's any vehicles left for Kree to use, and he's already outside of the zone. So this could just be a denial of points, knowing that SX and APG are both out to get him.
Yeah, any step he takes, APG will eventually just snipe him out completely. Now it's down to KE. If they can win this fight up against APG, then they can basically take the helm of what could be the verdict of this matchup, being the winners of the chicken dinner. I guess there's still another shift in the zone, but of course we leave that top for now, where we see a full-on fight between APG and KE.
And right now, as you can see, the zone is already starting to become smaller and smaller. Nades are now currently being thrown towards KE, but looks like they were able to get out of where they are right now. Kree of 214 has been found by SXU, and so we are down to the top 3 teams, where it looks like this might be another win for our APG, as they currently have good control of the high grounds right now, where they can easily see KE, but SX has a cover of their own, so I guess it will still depend on the shift of the circle.
Yeah, thankfully KE found themselves a little bit of leverage through the hay bells. Not the safest of options, and this is enticing. Dropping this right in front of XX. Don't be baited, guys. This is not for the taking for sure. So long as APG is on the heel, they're just gonna be signaling that this is gonna be a little bit of a daunting task. But eventually, I think no matter how the zone closes, SX will still be remaining inside the zone. I could be very well wrong, but I definitely want to see how this circle shifts, and perhaps KE might still have a little leverage. I guess not. It's just gonna be the same zone. So imagine if Fearless just turtle in, they would still have a little bit of that zone, or maybe they still have to walk a little further. But then again, of course, they're already down and out. But KE is suffering blows after blows coming from APG, and now left stranded out in the open.
Oh, they're currently pinned down. This is not a good look for KE, as SX is also inflicting damage towards them. The two players that were down were basically gotten by both APG and SX. And just like what we have mentioned earlier, this is not really an ideal spot for them. So it's a bad call for them to be out here in the open. SX still has good control of the situation. However, this is a very small garage that they have. So I mean to say that in any case, if APG decides to push towards them using throwables, then it's going to be very difficult for them to actually get out of this hitch. But as you can see, APG Nang X still holding on to where he is right now, basically multitasking and trying to find a good angle in order for him to spot the remaining players of KE and possibly spot a good angle against SX as well. Unfortunately, Kaya goes down, so it looks like even though one of them got healed up, another one goes down, so we're still down to the two remaining players of KE.
Yeah, great shred top. Once again, hitting the mark together with Fern. Nang X has been tagging them down just to confirm the number. Even from that distance, that stray bullet was a hit shot after all. Now Fern gets spotted out. Oh, you with a DP28 shreds them out completely. So they're definitely still in this fight. APG with one member down. This could be a small deficit that might turn the tides with SX, who could eventually storm out and take on the rest of APG. Now that they are on the lower side of the hill,
no.
Devon soaking the damage. He's trying to make a leap for it. He's gonna go running. Somehow he still survives. I don't know how he pulls it off, but he might just challenge top.
The problem there is that there is this angle that he's seen, and so he just denies the points. We are now down to the last two teams. We still have APG and a full squad of SX, but then again, they are being pinned down because it's just a confined space that they have, and so they're now getting ready with all the utilities. They now have grenades on their hands, so that in any case that APG decides to push, they will be ready on their defense. However, as you can see, even though there was one player knocked out on the side of SX, they still managed to heal that one player right there. And looks like APG is trying to go for that push, knowing that they can get a good angle since they're currently outside of the zone. So Nang X goes for it with his vehicle right here, but just finds a good spot right inside of the zone. And so looks like this is gonna be a long battle for everyone. Ooh! The problem there is that, as you can see, we have APG with all the vehicles that they have, whereas SX is just being pinned down. I don't think that they still have a working vehicle to use as their cover. So right now, even though we are only two players left for APG, SX is still having this difficult time in terms of getting out of this garage. They've been here for a very long time. Looks like APG is also getting ready as our SX is trying to get inside of the zone, but Skynet is going for that cover as well, whereas they have been spotting each one of them. Unfortunately, the bullets are not connecting against the players of APG, and they were able to take a knockout on the side of SX as well. They are now trying to just crawl their way in, whereas SX is now getting pinned down one by one. So let us see as to whether APG will be able to clutch this, or if SX will have the numbers advantage up until the very end. Ooh, 1v1. Oh, as you can see, Skynet is now getting ready, but he's not thirsting out those players just yet. But with that AWM, oh, I thought he was gonna get him, but APG was able to take home their third winner chicken dinner of the night. Good zone control once again. Definitely a good first day for APG. Definitely a good run for them as they were able to bag 15 total eliminations. Though if you guys can remember, I think that was PBMS and Harame Bro that were also able to get double digit eliminations. I mean to say that it's only going to depend upon these three teams in terms of getting a lot of elimination points. But as for the highlights, this is one funny moment wherein everyone had to engage in a knife fight here in this garage, and surprisingly, that's where the zone ended up as well. Mhm. Mhm. Right, right. Just like what we have mentioned, I mean, speaking of 214, it was very difficult for them to actually survive for a very long time, but they still managed to do so because if you can remember, they were being pinned down by Fearless for a very long time, but they were able to reverse the situation wherein Fearless went out of the game first. But with the match rankings out, we have another win for APG with 25 total points. SX comes in at second with 12 total points. PBMS, all elimination points with 12 points as well. Bro with 11, 214 with 7, KE with 6, YG and Fearless with 4. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. But definitely a very good start for APG. Currently setting the record for week one with three winner chicken dinners in just one day. Actually, 214 was able to do that last week, but unfortunately, they are currently stuck in a pickle as they are struggling to basically find their rhythm. Top four teams that we have for that match, we have APG with 15 total eliminations. SX comes in at second with 6. PBMS with no placement points at all with 12 eliminations. And Harame Bro with 10 points. Mhm. Right. Right, I definitely agree. I mean, once they're at the final circle, there's just no stopping them. But the top is our MVP for this match with 7 eliminations. Survival time 28 minutes and 12 seconds, 805 damage, and 153, just 153 damage taken. But of course, his team contribution is at 30%. With the damage distribution that he has, 17% of those were headshots. So upcoming matches, as you can see, we are done with the first Sanhok map, the 3 classic maps of Erangel. Of course, we are down to the last 2 maps, which is going to be in the map of Miramar, which we will see once we come back from the short break.
Wait a second, am I muted the whole time? Oh. Me for a little bit when I press mix. Yeah. Uh-huh.
An exhilarating day, especially if you guys are from Cambodia, and you definitely will be celebrating with that triple chicken dinner earned by Angkor PUBG Esports. Wow, what a day it has been, and I guess now this will be a little bit of change of pace, Quintoyo, as we will now take on the Desert Dunes of Miramar.
Yeah, we will see the consistency of APG as they dominated not just for the Sanhok map, but for the two remaining Erangel maps as well. Even though Miramar was able to take that one Erangel match wherein they were able to set the record for this week, APG is also setting their own records wherein it's the number of winner chicken dinners that they're actually getting. So let us see as to whether that streak would continue in the map of Miramar.
If I get a glimpse of the dusty dunes of Miramar, and we'll set off coming from the very far southwestern corner map, Minot-Silsera, as well as Patona, to kick things off, while we will have the flight end up in the Oasis. You know, I've always wished to see that Oasis ending, but I've never really gotten a single chance to. There were certain times that it came pretty close, but most likely than not, when it comes down to how the final circles play out, we won't see very little chances of anywhere close by waters to be the main focal point, which is why, yeah, I will never get my wish. But if you were to choose a spot, where would that be?
Are you talking about the final circle? Because I remember during
yeah.
PMGC, it ended up in that small island right there in the eastern portion near Impala. And it was crazy. And I would like to see that again, but probably in the grand final. So that's going to be a lot more exciting because I think it's going to be too early for that in any case that we have that type of last circle. But so far, as you can see, we're probably just waiting to see if there will be early engagements because last week there were a couple in Los Leones wherein KHI kept struggling against RTC, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, it looks like they're still headed towards the same direction, when it's still going to be in Los Leones. But with the circle that we have, it's practically right in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I'm glad that maybe he's dropping into the Oasis. At least there's a little attention towards that area of play, so he can basically get all this from loots. But of course, good spread coming in from majority of the teams. But south side, we have a little commotion. Somehow, I felt like it's always Key Esports that gets themselves involved in all these early scuffles. Hopefully, they must be absolutely safe. He have not looted up just yet. Himself a vest, maybe a helmet somewhere in between. Yes, he does. But no weapons whatsoever. Very, very unlucky. Hopefully, Joseph does not give chase. But speaking of Joseph, he's taking that parang already on the hunt. He's also having troubles getting those loots. Very ironic, especially when you talk about Los Leones being one of the biggest city. Claire, though, in trouble.
Very low in HP, but getting ready with that shotgun right there. But looks like he was given an opening to back out just a little bit. The question there is, where are his teammates? Because right now he's being left all alone, heavily damaged, and he's basically just waiting for that other player right there to charge towards him, since he has a shotgun anyway. But looks like it's going to be a nade that would take him down, as King WTZ was able to take a knockout. And as you can see, he has been thirsted out, being the first player to be eliminated.
So unlucky, right? He chose to open that door at that very second. Maybe if he kept the door shut, it might have actually bounced out elsewhere. So, yeah, timing. Timing, very crucial in this match. Yeah. Anyways, as we take a look at the rest of the field, once again, so many of these teams, they were dropping around the outskirts of Los Leones, and we're already looking at Jim now getting a catch very early on. I'm not too sure whether it is intentional that these teams were actually going for that widespread, try to get scattered loot so that everybody got enough stock for themselves, but they're slowly getting caught out just like that. And it's just tough, especially when you're playing inside of Miramar.
And Miramar is all about open areas and ridges anyway, so it's all about, you know, finding a good spot for your team. And right now it looks like a lot of them are getting spotted in weird areas where it's not really a specific portion of the map. Those are just like jungle areas that they've been. But anyway, as you can see, we have time to click right here. Looks like we don't have anyone near the area so they can loot in peace, basically, unlike other teams wherein everyone's basically just struggling. And by the way, we have a couple of substitutions for this match. For SG, Pupa has been subbed out by Lucy, and then for KHI, Borny is out, Damon is in.
Yeah, and Damon, at least we get a glimpse of what he has to offer. He's holding just fine instead of Lost Leonis. You know, I was actually covering the PMSL bout, and a lot of the times when PMSL teams make substitutions, that player will be the first to bow out within like 1 minute. It's kind of scary, like, thankfully, everybody's pretty much safe and sound. I would say the same about all these players on the lower end of the field as they try to spot out Gypna. 2-1 for Akira. Wants a little bit more. They saw that exchange going on. Jappy now getting hurt by plenty full of grenades. That's going to be a smoke just to scare him for a little bit. Well, that Molotov didn't exactly fully connect. So Jappy's going to be A-okay, but this is going to be a very tricky situation for the rest of Harami Bros. Like, sure, you have the coverage coming from Gypna, but you can't really close out the distance where 214 Akira is in a really good spot to really take on Jappy.
Oh no, and I think it's highly possible for Michi to be spotted out by Jaffe since he's taking that angle here in the left. And as you can see, he was able to knock out Michi as expected, taking a ton of damage as well, but making sure that he gets to thirst him out. So another point on the side of Harame Bro, whereas 214 still struggling with two remaining players. We have Emma's right here. We're not just where the other one is, and Range is getting ready with that nade. Emma's is continuously being pinned down, and he's not sure where to go right now. And I don't think that his teammate will be coming to his rescue since it is not ideal for Yumi Boy to help him out anymore. So Yumi Boy will just be bailing out, and most likely he will just try to secure some placement points.
Yeah, he's got to get out of this hill, and I don't know where will he actually end up. So early in the
too
round,
early, right?
And they are in Miramar, right? Like, how much time do you have to buy before you get into the final zone? And do you even get the chance to even see the final zone? Beats me. But overall, I've been looking at Imas for, many seasons now, being a veteran in the scene. I've always been curious, in Tagalog, does the word Imas actually mean something? Because in Malay, there's a meaning to it. I want to hear from you first.
Oh, actually, I don't think that it doesn't have any specific meaning in our language, and I'm not really sure as to how he got it, because that's not his real name. So maybe that's something that I need to ask him, because I'm also quite curious. But what does it mean in your language?
Imas, or should we usually pronounce as amas? It's actually goal. So yeah, so it's like pretty interesting, right? On how he ends up with the name. Maybe. I don't know if he has a Malay lineage or not, or even I believe certain parts of the PH also speaks a little bit of Malay as well, perhaps towards the southern side. So maybe that's where, or you can reverse his name and you spell it backwards. It's same, but of course, pull that top for now. We got PBMS versus SG.
Right, and as you can see, we now have nades getting set up, courtesy of PBMS. Miner right here decided that, okay, I'm not going to use that nade first. I don't know where the other enemies are, but as you can see, they are now currently being surrounded. We have Zaya right here that caught up that nade, causing him to get knocked out. His other teammates are too far from where he is, so obviously he's just going to get thirsted out, but the other players are not bailing out. Pretzel throwing in another smoke in order for him to be safe from the bullets of SG, but as you can see, looks like some of them are trying to find their way outside of where they are right now. But another knockout has ensued. We can see that someone from PBMS also got knocked out in the process, and MM is also now low on HP.
Yeah, this is just such a tough ordeal. A little bit of white space for them to cover as well. Lucy, he just got subbed right in and will have to prove himself up against a full stack roster of PBMS, especially with two members down. Isn't going to be an easy task for them to actually go in for a full exchange, but at least they remain intact. We start to see many of all these teams cut across the power grid because a lot of the other squads that comes in from the north side, from the far east, they have to get to areas like Ladriela, Montenegro, or maybe play alongside the hill side. which is absolutely understandable on how these clashes actually happen, whether they like it or not. PBMS says, you know what, one pick off is just about as good enough, so they will carry on the journey because there's bigger fish to fry inside the zone. Speaking of which, take a look at how many players are up here. And next now we'll have to go in for a challenge up against the rest of KE. He'll let him in out. Go get those grenades. It's all down to Devon if he can seek them out with this nade. And it will actually chip some damage towards the side of Godspeed. He's quick enough to be able to dodge it entirely. So Zuki managing to also find one and an out angle coming in from TTQ. They're slowly shutting out NX, and the nades are good. Godsplit finally getting clipped.
Oh no, as you can see, it looks like we are 2-man down on the side of NX. Godspeed most likely will be taken by KE because his teammates are too far from where he is for them to actually save him. And so we can see that we are getting knockouts as well on the side of Bro. Not quite sure as to who was able to take him down. I think it was Jibna that got knocked out. But Goat is now currently going up against SG, wherein we are down to the final player. NX, on the other hand, since we have 2 players that were eliminated, is just now getting ready with the vehicles that they have, gassing up in order for them to make sure that they can get to the next destination. Whereas for SG, as you can see, we have Mix right here trying to go for that. Oh, I thought he was scouting, but looks like he's just looking for a good spot for him to hide for now, since it's too early. And if he gets eliminated, then they will be out here in this match.
Yeah, it's such a tough position to be at, but at least it gives him just about enough cover to hold out or go in for decent exchanges when there is any players that will cut around that range of field of view. Meanwhile, Go Esports, they take a little bit of a high ground up against Harame Bros. Will be shots being fired. I don't think that Go Esports are willing to actually stop for far too long. Bunny now goes in for an exchange, covering the tracks of the rest of his team while they carry on the journey. When we take a look at the update of the zone, we can see plenty of these teams by the spine of Ladriela, and that is going to be the focal point. APG smack dab in the center. We'll see how well can they hold on.
Robert Bro, on the other hand, as you can see, is just right at the edge of the circle right here. But looks like they're not yet contented with the spot that they have, and so they're now getting ready to move into a deeper spot inside of the zone. Chill guy, not so chill anymore as he just got eliminated. I think it was APG that was initially out to get him, but NX was able to take that kill due to the Mini 14 that was being held on by one of the players from NX. Looks like there's a good split that we have for APG as of this very moment. Goat, on the other hand, the 3 remaining players that we have are just situated in this gas station right here, waiting for other enemies to probably push towards where they are right now. I mean, they're in a safe spot inside the zone. Unfortunately, the vehicles that they have are currently being destroyed by other teams, and YG Master Smile was able to take a knockout on the side of APG.
Oh, great shot onto Nang X, and now this definitely clears up a little bit more of that spacing, and I guess I get my answers eventually where APG, how long can they hold out? They did lose one member. Despite getting the knock, they haven't really secured the point still, so the other team will be able to go in for a quick reset. Good time to refuel for now for TTQ. Since Chumasera is just by the edge of it, they're just preparing for a very deep dive of a rotation, perhaps. Ranzer in the middle of the street, same could be said about the rest of RTC. Finding a bowl, a dip for themselves to take cover for the meantime, which can be a very good decision to see whether if that could be, once again, a good spot for them to hold out. Whereas the rest of Fearless Esports taking things slow, we are going to see whether if there's going to be a safe route for a majority of these teams as RTC. The deeper they go into Ladriela or anywhere further closer to Picado, then they will be in a little bit more of a predicament. But for now, that's to actually see that RTC has got clean protocols. They don't really have to make all these big adjustments into getting the center of the map. Whereas TTQ getting themselves in action already.
Right, and as you can see, it looks like they're out to get everyone else, given that they're already inside of the zone. So they're now trying to gatekeep GOA. Looks like GOA Pacquiao is serving as their scout right now, and he was already able to spot a couple of the players from time to quick. So he knows that it's not really safe to get inside using that route. So as you can see, they are now trying to look for a different way for them to be able to get inside of the zone. Though here on this other side, we have Bro going up against KHI, and looks like KHI is really making sure that they will be able to hold on to this warehouse right here. But Nathan goes for the push. He tries to crash, but eventually regrets his decision. And so he goes back to his teammates. He's probably going to ask for backup this time. But unfortunately, someone from Bro got knocked out. And I think it's actually Max that was able to take that knockout. But it looks like there's another knockout on the side of Max as well. So it looks like we're looking at a trade right here.
Yeah, really tough position to be at. Bros, they're just by the edge like we saw early on. And once again, they cannot go way too far off, as a lot of all these positions have already been compromised. GOA, Guardians of Angels, they gotta start praying right now because they're only having a rock for them to work with. I'm not too sure if they could actually get out of this current position with the rest of Fearless. Already holding them back. I mean, even for Fearless, they're not exactly in the really prime spot, but at least they have the high ground. They got those covers. While 214 Akira still relying on this solo Lone Ranger, Yumi Boy, to pull wonders for the team. That's a good spot, but I would suspect other teams to eventually come up into this shack if they were given the chance to cut across. So I count and hope that the rest of these members will be doing A-okay. Well, FRL closing in. They really want to commit to the battle up against KE.
But I saw SX take a knockoff from one of the players from KE as well. So it looks like they're now currently being surrounded. We can see Pov trying to cover for his teammates and support. Had to push, but looks like they were able to take that confirmation on the side of KE as well. So going back to Yumi Boy earlier, I mean, it's very difficult because he's all alone, and so far we still have 16 teams. So if he gets eliminated, you know, it's still going to be a bad way to go. Still no points for them whatsoever. But on this other side right here, we have GOA. We have Astro X that was still spotted. He was trying to crawl, asking for help. Unfortunately, he still had to go since we have GOA right here. But the rest of the players from Fearless are right here with SX on the other side. Tracy right here, still down, whereas Sam is trying to go for a cover. They will have to eliminate each member of Fearless in order for him to be healed up. But as you can see, Pop is making sure that they will not be able to heal up their teammate that was down anymore. Time to quick right here. Very quick and trying to eliminate everyone from Max, as we have easy KV9 very low on HP. And as you can see, they're now cooking some nades, but he was able to knock out his teammate instead. But he was able to knock out one player from Max as well, leaving us with a, I think this is Ati. That is the only one that's that. Oh, looks like we still have one more.
Yeah, at least they managed to clear the compel, or else this could be big trouble for MV. It's like, yeah, you better pick me up, buddy. Like, you've definitely done the number. So it's only down to Joseph. Joseph with the slowest vehicle. I'm not too sure how far can he go with this bus. He's just gonna full send it directly to the center, or he's receiving all these shots coming from KH. He surely has been the most aggressive, to the point that he even takes on his own teammate. Yep. Recover whatever health bars that you may. But this has been a long-standing fight. You can see that they are leveraging on the defensive cover of the terrain to hold out against each other for the longest of time. But they don't want to throw everything, including a kitchen sink, in their back, because there's still more fights to go. And speaking of fights, oh, Rage! What an angle!
Wow, and that was a long-range attack coming from range. And as you can see, Key Esports is now getting pinned down, with Ryman getting ready with his shotgun. But oh, who was that? There was that one player right there. I think that was Demis that was trying to go for that cover. Unfortunately, he got almost knocked out as well. But as you can see, Ryman was still able to thirst out one player from Bro. Damon is now the only one left and is currently being pinned down by the rest of the Harami Bro squad, with Nathan very, very low on HP. His teammates is now going to try to go for that cover. Unfortunately, Nathan goes down, and looks like Damon will make sure that he will not get revived anymore. He closed the door on him, and that was another kill. Let us see as to what's gonna happen next, because Time to Quick is also here.
Yeah, they arrived just in the nick of time, and they don't really have to go in for recovery, so the Ramen Bros will continue on with the battle, but they are absolutely isolated. Jappy was sent right into the longhouse, but find himself pretty much stuck with the rest of TTQ right now. Plenty of noise being made. Even on the opposite end of the map, they're also shooting into this direction, so that might actually buy some time. Oh, Damon, he almost got barbecued, but he still stays intact. Ryman gets taken down while Pop solely attacks over on the members of SX. The rest of Fearless Esports running through the hills, looking for a little something as they need to draw off that fight. Damon now reveals himself of the SOK, trying to find a couple of shots, but it's not going to be just about enough. TTQ with a swift attack to win out that trade.
That's a bad way to go, but SX finally eliminating the final members of FRL. They've been there for quite a long time, but as you can see, we have KE and GOA right here, wherein there are 3 players that are currently down on the side of GOA. Jeffrey's the only one left, was able to take a knockout from KE, but Kaya was very quick to back his teammate up, and so we still have 3 remaining players for KE, wherein they will just basically have to reset, and then they are back in the game. We are 10 teams down with 28 players still alive. As you can see, majority of the top teams are still there, with the exception of Pro that has just been eliminated.
Yeah, it's just been a lot of rowdy fights going on. Now only 10 more teams sustained throughout the course of the battle. You know, what's interesting to me is that the meta coming into the PMCL is that majority of these players still carry around a shotgun with them, which
right.
it has been the norm overall. But when it comes down to mid-range, long-range battles, we don't see a plenty of it. Like, they would rather just crash compounds. They want to go in for that big fight all the time, including into this map of Miramar, which is very, very exciting to watch. But overall, you gotta make good use of some of all these ranged weaponries as well to basically keep all these enemies at bay. Speaking of which, Zai's gonna do exactly that, spots out the member of TTQ. But it's gonna be hard to actually align it, even despite him having the 8x scope. SX finally get a little bit more room to breathe, as they can actually take the far western end of the corner. A lot of space has been opened up. YG, they're just sitting still. They don't really have to move a muscle, not even now. APG defended well enough that they only lost that one member very early on, but they are still in the same spot and will be in the direct center of the circle.
Actually, I'm not sure if you noticed, but Yumi Boy is already inside of the circle. So I'm not quite sure as to, how long it would take before he gets found by the other teams. But so far, he needs to stay where he is and not draw attention to himself. Because right now, we still have 10 teams left. So I mean to say that no matter how long he stays in the game, if he's not in the top 8, they will not be earning any points at all. But looks like YG was already able to take a knockout on the side of PBMS, whereas Monboy goes down. APG, on the other hand, taking advantage of that 8x scope. As you can see, they're trying to guard SX from getting inside of where they are right now. So Naughty just staying, he's behaved right now, not acting naughty. As you can see, he's still inside of the combat as to where they are, whereas the others are just waiting for SX to go out. And Zai is still trying to look for other angles in any case that there are enemies already trying to get to where they are.
Well, big decisions to be made here by the rest of SX. Wherever they turn to, there will be shots being fired as we speak of it. Top sharpshooting coming in from the APG player to be able to stash one away. But Zai, who was on the lookout, he steals that point away. APG still not many points to be found, but from that position, they can just wait, and then the kills will come to them later on. Meanwhile, big nades falling right through. TTQ obliterates the entirety of KE.
Oh my gosh, that was a really good nade coming from Time to Quick, eliminating everyone from KE, but looks like SX over 6 now found his way. Unfortunately, the nades by NX also found him, and so we are down to the last 7 teams, just like that. NX still in the game, right at the edge of the circle, whereas there are other teams already waiting for them right inside. Goat has now been found. Time to Quick is now trying to penetrate the defense that they have. They have been in this gas station for a very long time. Nades are now getting cooked, but looks like they haven't been found. But unfortunately, as you can see, looks like one player goes down with Time to Quick still throwing all those nades in order to pin them down even further.
And at least for now, they do have some coverage for the moment, but that came in a little too close towards Ryder. TTQ hoping to eventually pull off a big puncher with all these deflates as they also getting bombarded coming from Baby as well as Bunny to going for the exchange. They're soaking a whole lot more than they are actually hitting the mark. Well, this is go time for TTQ, but they have to navigate through these very narrow hallways. Is it even a hallway? I wouldn't even call it a hallway to be sure. Meanwhile, Zuki, wait for the push through the smoke. How on earth? Wow, Ryder, he was ever ready. He's been tucked into the corner. He didn't really check his six, so it seems like it's going to be an exchange 1-for-1, blow for blow. 3 members against 1 right now, or should I make it 2? They will confirm the number. Down to Bunny. He's got the angles, giving a couple of signal warning. Here comes the Molotov, though. He's going to be flushed out of position. Now, it's going to be a Hail Mary coming out. He's getting burned alive. Maybe he's got to start contributing as well. He's holding on the off angle. I think they hurt those cock of the grenade. And there you go. Evie secures it. Not quite yet. They still have to deal with this commotion. Maybe does drop in the grenade. Knocks over on the cage. Immediately getting revived by Envy. But the coast is clear. Gus has got that one sorted out.
Right, and Time to Cook was able to take the spot that Goat has been guarding for a very, very long time. And as you can see, we are 6 teams down. 214 is still alive. Imagine Yumi Boy making sure that he stays in the game and he's being really, really quiet. Unfortunately, right now, given that the zone is already quite small, he's now currently being surrounded. So it's only a matter of time before he gets found. But looks like Migs also has the same predicament as Migs is already outside of the zone. So YG now scattering smokes all over them in order for them to make sure that all angles will be covered. But looks like they now have an idea as to where Yumi Boy is, and now they're getting ready with that nade while Yumi Boy is also doing the same thing. Yumi Boy stopped casting the nade, but with a nade that was thrown towards him, it did not connect, but with a nade that he threw, as you can see, YG goes down, but it has been taken by someone else as Mix was able to pick up the pieces. Wrong nade coming from, I think it was his own nade that actually damaged him. And now, as you can see, he was spotted by APG, and so he was able to secure some points at least, so he did not die in vain after all.
It's crazy that Mix took advantage of that situation, thinking that, hey, you know, they want to pick that guy off. I don't think they will know if I drop that grenade. And he's still alive. I wonder for how long, though. But APG kind of had the play spoilers right there to eventually make it the demise of the Lone Ranger. Meanwhile, NX plays from the far south. They will know for a fact that YG as well as APG is not too far off. It's going to be hard to go for a direct challenge, so they can take their time. That vehicle that he's riding on is already smoked up, so he's got to be very careful on how he approaches the next fight. Meanwhile, just through the streets, it seems like the rest of YG is just holding true to some of all these ridges. Just good enough for cover, but we'll have to commit on a very aggressive side of TTQ. So far, they've got the most eliminations in this match, already hitting double digits. And here comes the initial primer grenade onto the vehicle, not hitting anybody just yet. So it's really down to whether or not these two teams can wrap up the fight, because NX, they're not willing to budge until they're being forced by the blue zone. So perhaps the only way out for them is to push towards APG.
But as you can see with the circle that we have right now, looks like APG still has good control once again. I wonder if this will work out in the favor once more, but looks like NX is now suffering the wrath of APG, but YG was able to steal that kill. And so we are down to the last player of NX. YG Master Smile trying to inflict damage towards Time to Quick, but he was taken by surprise as there was already someone that was able to take a good look at him from a certain angle. Top 888 knows that there's one player left on the side of NX, whereas YG is now taking some nades from the other teams as well. Top will most likely try to go on the roof for him to have a better spot at Naughty of NX, which is the only man left. But looks like he still isn't able to find him. And as the zone shifts, Naughty Boy is still trying to get inside, calling his way through, but he hasn't been spotted. APG takes that kill once again, and we are down to the last two teams.
He can run, but he can't hide at all. But here comes the entirety of the push coming in, set by the rest of these members of TTQ. They're going to go in for a deep ride and gets all the angles, but this is a little bit too risky. Gage goes down, Gus to follow suit. He's bringing him down low, but not quite enough. TTQ bops that fight. And now it's only one member remaining. APG once again find themselves with another possible chicken dinner.
Oh my gosh, he's low on HP, and with all the follow-up nades, looks like he might get eliminated. I think this is another chance for APG to bring home another chicken. And right now, with the 10 eliminations that they have, as you can see, YG still trying to heal up. Looks like this is going to be a denial, and APG takes another win. And as you can see, they have double-digit eliminations once again. But Time to Quick was also able to secure double-digit eliminations. Definitely dominating the first day, as this is going to be APG's fourth winner-winner chicken dinner.
I don't know how they do it, but every single time you see APG in the lobby, you gotta beware. If you're not gonna find them somewhere in the center, you're gonna eventually crash out and lose out to these Titans on the block, as they're making the whole region of Cambodia proud with a record-breaking day. 3 chicken dinners, or did I lost count? Was it 4? Was it 3?
Yeah, it's 4. It's 4.
Oh my word! Like, maybe they could even make it 5. Who knows? 5 out of 6, and just absolutely crush the competition. They can take a break tomorrow and not worry about those points because they got a plenty of it.
Right, and the lucky part there is they belong in Group A, so I mean to say that the streak would continue and that the momentum would continue as well, since their rest day is going to be on Sunday. But anyway, as you can see, the top staying on top with the 3 eliminations that he has. Also, Ferng. So far, Skynet and Nang X did not earn any points. But even though there's only a limited number of elimination points that they were able to get this time, they still have 10 points for the winner-winner chicken dinner. So meaning to say that aside from the record-breaking 4 winner-winner chicken dinners, the placement points would still be a whopping... this is already going to be 40 points for the placement alone, since it's already 4 winner-winner chicken dinners. So definitely a very good run. The momentum would not stop, of course, since the rest day is going to be on Sunday, but we'll have to wait and see as to whether the final match will still be taken by them.
There's a lot of rule flags heading into this round of Miramar, and it's all about those close proximity angles that they were working on. APG, despite them not really being as aggressive as they were inside Erangel, they definitely outsmarted many of all these teams, hold the right position, and just continuously take all these priority into locking into all these regions. Makes it so hard for teams to eventually even go up to challenge them. We saw even NX have tried maybe going up against them, and they just slowly got withered down. But we got so many intense battles with the DBSs, the S12Ks, you name it. They bring up the heat here in Miramar.
And definitely mind-blowing for APG. I mean, imagine dominating not just in a particular map, but basically all of the maps, since they were able to take home the chicken from Sanhok, and then 2 chickens from Erangel, and then this time they were able to take 1 from Miramar as well. So definitely good anticipation of the zone, I would say. They're also very good in terms of making sure that they get to defend their spot inside of the circle. But as you can see, given the number of elimination points that Time to Quick was able to get, they are actually on top of our match rankings at 18 total points. APG takes the second spot with their chicken with 16 total points, tied up with YG with 16 as well. NX with 9, SG with 6, same goes for Ro with 6, KO with 5, and finally for top 8 we have SX with 4.
Yeah, realistically, we saw that fight breaking loose over on the outskirts, TQ looked as if they were about to overwhelm Yangon Galacticos, which I feel like they gotta fix a little bit more of their execution. Then they can actually fight for even more points heading into this very round. But looking at the angles that APG is working with, honestly, it's really, really tough to challenge. But when we take a look at the rest of the pack, we have an average of 2 points in coming in from FRL, 2-1 for Akira, KHI, and of course, the rest of the numbers, we see other teams having the struggles of their own. But to my surprise and to everybody's surprise, 2-1 for Akira, they held on for as long as they could. No missions, that's fine, but at least 2 points to still add up to the tally. So we will take a look at the overall rankings to see who else can contend with APG's record right now. 4 chicken dinners, 89 points. The rest at least have very healthy numbers to still be able to keep chase. Harami Bros still has this big gap to follow suit. Like, how do they top it? They need to answer back tomorrow. There's only one round left for tonight.
And I mean, imagine in just one day, it looks like APG is headed towards the 3-digit club, and it's gonna be, I guess, effortless almost for them, because in
Feels like
just
it.
because in just one day, I mean, they will be able to secure all the points that they need, and they have enough lead to basically be comfortable with the next coming days. With the top 4 teams that we have, Time to Click dominated with the number of eliminations since they have 13, APG with 6, YG had 10, and then we had 5, 4, and X. I think since we have already established that 214 is struggling compared to the good run that they had during week 1, I think the silver lining here is that they have already secured enough league ranking points for them to still end up in the top 16 for the finals. But the bad part there is that I mean, we're talking about the prize pool here still, so that's still up for grabs. So as much as possible, they have to still do their best. But anyway, the top is our MVP for this match with 3 eliminations. A ton of damage with 1,085, 165 damage taken, a survival time of 28 minutes and 9 seconds, and 41% team contribution.
Sure enough, overall, we've already got 5 games all wrapped up. It's only one more map to go, so do stay tuned as we will deliver to you the final taste of the chicken dinner here in week 2, day 1.
All right, and we are back into the final map of the night. So, for those who just came into the broadcast, just to give you a quick recap, APG is still dominating with four winner chicken dinners. One was snatched by Harama Bro, but the points are crazy far as APG is almost onto the 3-digit mark, even though it's only the first day of week 2.
Yeah, they're absolutely untouchable right now. The undisputed kings leading their way in this week. So, of course, with a lot of questions left to be answered, do the rest of the teams have what it takes to keep up and keep going despite the odds? Of course, it'll be a long week of a marathon, and we'll count every step of the way. Let's get it on.
And the final match of the night is here. Let us see if APG will take another win. So far, they were already able to break records, as last week it was actually 214 that had 3 winner chicken dinners in one day. This time, APG really made sure to bring their A game, as they were already able to bring 4. With the plane path that we have, is now starting in Torre Ahumada, ending around the Puerto Paraiso perimeter. And as you can see, it's actually leaning towards the eastern portion of the map. But then again, we'll still have to wait for the play zone to see as to how well this pans out for everyone.
Yeah, this time it gives a lot more access to teams to be dropping very early from the north point. Go Esports will have regions such as Cruz de Vault or Ahumada. They can choose whichever way that they want to go. It's going to be absolutely safe. I see Makes as well as the rest of SG dropping a little bit too close to comfort with the rest of PBMS, but they are going to be having a little bit scatter as the rest of PBMS will take the cover of their own. South side, though, plenty of late droppers moving into this flight. Annex as well as FRL, they'll be moving into the southern region alongside with RTC. So is that going to be a whole lot of crowd into Los Leones? But take a look at where we're going to end up. It's still covering the north side this time around. So it's going to be a long journey for those who are late droppers in the map.
This might be a bloodbath, especially for those that dropped at the southern portion of the map, because we can see that a lot were actually already able to get inside of the zone. And so it needs to be very quick for them in terms of their looting phase for them to secure a good spot inside of the zone. But this is what I have been telling you about. The rivalry between KHI and RTC continues in Los Leones, where Raimon still remains to be basically the guy that supports everyone. As you can see, Demius right here is currently being pinned down by the rest of the gang of RTC, as we have 3 players right here waiting for him to basically show up, whereas Damon is now cooking some nade. But looks like Labukun already has an idea of where he is, and Demius still getting pinned down, is just waiting on top of the roof while Raimon is, making sure that he has him covered.
And it's just going to be a very, very tough ordeal to go in blind to these kind of fights. The Master get a couple of loots. Damon does get the M249, and he always hit it strong when it comes down to being on that weapon. It's going to be hard for them to quickly go in for the pickup as the rest of them are storming right in. RTC, what's going to be their answer to this very aggressive side of Key Esports? Pushing right through. They do have the shotgun shells pretty much up and ready. They could also cut through from all these creases of the hole, and it's going to be Nishiki that does trade back. Gets the knock onto Damon. Will it be a kill to be secured? It seems like it will be Nishiki trying to actually book out of it. He runs right into the trap being set by the rest. Well, it's all down to Ken right now. We'll see whether he manages to get the drop. He does blow them up with a little bit more health bars left on each side. Labo now has to recover. He does not have any form of aids. This is going to be a very troublesome run. But RTC, they're holding strong as the rest of Key Esports still going on to this pursuit. Ramen now taking charge. The nades are dropping right in. Labo will have to go in for that straight toss as he still hear all these footsteps, but still no match to be found for Labo-kun.
Yeah, actually, they're trying to outsmart one another as Key is trying to look for a way for them to penetrate the defense of RTC since they're the ones waiting it out for KHI to actually be on the same floor as where they are. But looks like they can hear that they are currently healing themselves up, and so Ken is kind of worried if, in any case, that everyone from Key Esports decides to go up. But looks like he has his shotgun ready, and so, in any case that someone tries to go in, they will have to feel the wrath of his shotgun. But Labo Kun still waiting to see if there will be any other player on the other side of the building that might penetrate their defense. But on the other side, looks like we'll have to wait for KHI Esports and RTC on the kill feed. As right now, we have time to quick, but looks like we are back on track as we still have the same teams just waiting on the same building.
Yeah, they're pretty much locked into this corner. RTC cannot afford to even jump down or even take all these angles. They can only hold through the staircase. And judging from the fact that they've been holding onto the bottom layer for so long, I believe that the other squad pushing through KHI has yet to find enough deflates, but they managed to get Ken, so that battle continues on. And I guess we don't really get to see the full blow, but KHI, they just push through, finds the rest of the Singaporean squad to be taken out cold. So great work. Took them a while as they managed to get that sorted. And like you said, Southside is just commotion all around.
And actually, it's just basically a revenge from KHI because from week one, RTC was always quick to eliminate them. But this time around, looks like they got 1 point against RTC. But 214 looks like they are trying to earn points as early as now as they were able to take knockouts. I think that was on the side of KE, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, sorry, that was GOAT. And maybe 007 has already been thirsted out. Whereas we can still see some players on the side of GOAT still trying to bail out. Time to Quick, on the other hand, was able to go for that third party situation, and Michi got knocked out in the process. So let us see as to whether they will be able to defend him. Because earlier, if you have noticed, during our game 5, 214 members were very early in terms of getting eliminated, and it was just Yumi Boy that earned points through placement for our first Miramar match.
True enough, and wow. It really seems like these teams are just so eager to stash whatever points that they actually get out of this run, because since they are so far down south, you may as well just commit to the act. If, say, you get clipped in the middle of rotation, that's even worse, where you don't get to trade back. So, understandably so, they do fancy their chances. Now, it's the GOATs versus GOA, so I guess, like, if the GOATs win, they cut 3 letters out from the side of Guardians of Angel. Well, I'm just trying to make a lame joke, but don't mind me, because Bunny right now is in a little bit of a tough situation. Nates are being popped towards his corner. They've already lost 2. The rest of GOA slowly flushing them out, so the GOATs are stranded.
And looks like Bunny is also getting pinned down with all of the throwables that's right in front of him. Good thing he still has Chill Guy right here to keep him company. But bailing out probably is going to be their priority right now, as we still have 3 remaining players on the side of GOA. But looks like they were already able to secure a buggy, but GOA will try to shoot towards them. 1 player goes out, as Bunny has been eliminated. So I mean to say that the last one to go is Chill Guy. It looks like he is quite successfully doing so, but I guess I spoke too soon, as they are the second team to get eliminated, as GOA was able to take down each one of them.
Yeah, there's just too much of an open space. Once they got that angles, there's just nowhere they could actually run off safely. So the GOATs call it an early night. The second team to bow out this time around. When we take a look at the current center of the circle, it will move towards water treatment. 214 Akira, PBMS, TTQ, GOA, they're in a really nice spot right now. Question is, how long can they hold on to this area where more and more teams will be driving towards that direction? And judging for the fact is that if you're going to play on the far outskirts, you're not going to be able to leverage too much off of the position, because of how the circle does benefit those who are on the hill. And maybe for those who are playing south side, they can still hold on to some grounds, but we do expect a lot of fights to break loose within the span of 2 minutes from now.
And right now we can see APG, which is currently the dominating team as of this very moment. Looks like it's a slow game for them right now, as we don't see anyone near them. I'm not quite sure as to whether this is something to do with their rotation, or maybe they're just trying to play it safe because they want the streak to continue. But on this other side, we can see YG. I think it's Murnat Boy that's being the scout of the team, whereas unfortunately, Bro Range has been spotted by Time to Quick and has been taken out just like that.
Yeah, unfortunate. Our TTQ, they were just holding on to that same compound for the longest of time. Once they managed to get that pick up, they also quickly repositioned into a prior spot that they've rotated off from. So, a good notion coming from TTQ. So far, they feel a lot more confident playing inside Miramar as compared to those maps that we last saw them play out inside Erangel. Still very good disappointments that they have managed to gain throughout today's run overall. SK-san and the rest of them trying to hold out inside of water treatment, the main place to be. YG found the heal. Oh, what a shot from you to connect over the top. And suddenly you see the rest of these members of YG are slowly being depleted. I believe there's also other teams involved while APG finds Lucy.
Right. We have PVMS that's going for the third party situation. So YG is currently being pinned down right now. And we have Time to Quick as well. So it looks like this might be an early elimination on the side of YG. But APG currently going up against SG, where Lucy has now been eliminated. And we still have the other members of SG right here. Zyle exchanging nades with APG. Unfortunately, he was the one that got knocked out. And Nang X is now getting ready to push towards him in order for them to translate those knockouts into elimination points. Nang X still going for that push, trying to be very, very careful of his surroundings, but looks like there's no one left to save Zaya.
Yeah, just so unfortunate right there. SG, they definitely had an interesting run for today. They managed to back a total of 27 points, but they are slowly getting singled out every step of the way. Now it's only down to Mix as well as Kaylor. I always say Kaylor, it's Claire. Well, I got too used to it from very early season until like the last time I casted with well, one of the casters, and they told me, hey, it's actually Claire. I'm like, okay. I finally realized after so many years, and I'm still not used to it, but hey, I'll get there. Meanwhile, NX has gotten through towards the spot where TQ is holding out, where they are catching fire. KH, he's got to get out of that situation. And he turns around, he still gets the knock. Crazy stuff that we're watching here as Gus comes in with a cover fire, but he's a little too far. The rest of his teammates have crumbled, so he will continue his journey. Or is he going to full send it? It looks like he will play it a little bit safer this time around. NX takes the win.
And there's no other point but for him to actually get off of there. Unfortunately, it's still too early for everyone else to get eliminated. So unless he pulls off a Yumi Boy type of situation and the Migs, he might not be able to get any points for the placement. But APG trying to eliminate each one of the players of SG. As you can see, they were able to eliminate some of them. Migs, again, is the only one that is left. Same goes for what happened during Game 5. Looks like he has a good angle of the players of APG, but we're not quite sure as to whether he will be able to secure points off of them, since, as you can see, there is a cover in any case that he tries to shoot towards the garage. And right now, he's basically just making sure that he has a good idea as to where the others are, since he's still outside of the zone. Later on, he'll have to get off of this rock formation right here. But looks like he was able to spot one player from APG, but the trigger discipline is real since he is the only one left. So as much as possible, he doesn't want to draw attention to himself. But looks like he's still adamant on taking that one kill right there. KE, on the other hand, is still here right at the edge of the zone, but looks like they don't really have to exert that much effort as the zone is practically right next to them.
Yeah, such a tough call for Mix, right? Despite him getting those bird's eye view, now that he's all alone, he has to play it so carefully so that he does not get picked off. Speaking of picked off here, Master DTK sees the rest of YG moving up the hillside. As we last saw them holding a little deeper into the water treatment area, now they have fallen back, leaving some areas to be exposed, and seeing some opportunities to at least do some wear and tear towards helmets as well as vests, which could be pretty helpful in the long run. Whereas Astro X, he's lurking around. No longer lurking as he's firing shots over the side of Rymon. I believe that the rest of KHI will definitely respond into this form of regression. Now he's back, is pretty much exposed. It's just Astro X that needs a full reload to get the angles right. He's just depleting the vehicle, not really hitting the mark just yet.
And right now, Blank's getting ready with that nade to throw towards Astro X, who's only 1 HP left. But with that splash damage, he goes down, and the rest of the KHI Esports are now ready to take him out. So it looks like they really need the points as much as they can. But the other players from Fearless are making sure that he doesn't get thirsted out that easily, still going for that cover. They still couldn't find where the other players are situated. Astro X still remains to be bleeding out, whereas Paul has already decided to bail out. So I think Astro X is in too deep for them to actually still save him, but Damon goes down. He was not prepared for the angle that Paul was able to take, and blanks, as you can see with that nade. Not quite sure as to where that is headed, but looks like support is already right in front of them. And no splash damage inflicted whatsoever, but blanks has now decided to bail out. But with that M249, support is also getting some damage to the support of the other players from KHI Esports, but looks like they are going to be out of this engagement and into the zone.
Such a hairy situation, both sides just by the edge. So they will really have to just find a way to just push right through. If they really have to finish the fight, they would, but it's been a little bit tough as they're taking a little far too long. APG now challenged by the side of PBMS, and so far, this has been one of the few teams that have been able to really go blow for blow against Anchor PUBG. We'll see whether if they can actually spoil the streak that APG has. They play on the foothill, gets a little bit of cover, but not quite enough to be able to find those angles up against the rest of PBMS. We'll have to definitely see whether if PBMS will be able to hold onto that compound that they've been in for the longest of time. Skynet's also checking on to the corners, making sure that no other teams will approach that area. MM so far doing a good job keeping them at bay. While we check on the rest of these squads, it's going to be KHI that eventually leaves that area and now drives towards the rest of Team Max.
Oh no, it's a good thing that he was very quick in terms of maneuvering his vehicle. Unfortunately, looks like he's not going to be as quick as the other players from Max has already found him. As you can see, his vehicle is already at the verge of exploding, and so he has no choice but to just travel on foot. Whereas on this other side, we have KE and YG, and unfortunately, Say Cloud has been taken by APG. Looks like APG is still dominating, so it looks like there's still a chance for them to get another win as they were able to knock out another player from PBMS. Looks like Pretzel is the only one left as MM and Monboy are both down, but Pretzel will try to see if he can still heal up his teammate. Unfortunately, MM has already been taken out by APG, and looks like they're now getting ready to push and eliminate each one of them.
That's true, and APG, so far, they've been vultures. They slowly wither down players as they will try to target single out units just like that. Nang X clears out Pretzel, and guess he's absolutely baked this time around. They're just going to be running through these corners while holding up over onto the top floor. Not much left. That nade from Skynet was perfect as APG so far back 7 points. Look at how clinical they've been able to execute all these singular targets, and so far hauling 7 massive points, and they're just about to get started heading into the late phase of the game. But the rest of KE are slowly trailing right behind them. It might just be a full rush eventually, but Razor, he's hoping to actually take down Yapikal right behind the vehicle, and he's trying to go in for a pickup. Wrong timing, my friend! Yapikal shuts them down.
Oh my gosh, I think that was a wrong call on his end, as he's not supposed to do that. So he was taken by surprise by the players of GOA, and as you can see, it looks like they still have a shot healing up their teammates so that they can still proceed inside of the zone as a full squad. We still have 11 teams to go, and as early as now, APG already has 7, so meaning to say that there's still a lot of chance for them to earn more points, given that we still have a lot of teams left. But so far, APG taking the spot right here. Looks like possible contestment might occur since we have KE just right around the corner. We also have NX and Bro right here. SG now getting eliminated. NX getting ready with their nades, but Jappy is also already doing the same things. And basically just depends on who gets who first. But Jappy, with all the splash damage, is still standing strong, and another nade is still being thrown. And so far, we still don't see any type of knockouts, even though there are a lot of splash damages occurring as of this very moment.
And next now tries to hustle right through, driving through the smoke. Jappy got to hold him through. Oh, a double knock as we are looking at Jappy pulling all the heroics through the smoke. And right now is about who's going to be the king of the kills. NX still has 2 members, not even gets fallen through. Naton shuts them all off completely. But that was with a couple of casualties. They still have to go in for the pickup. And in that fight, they lost range, but that looked almost perfectly clean. Oh boy, how many fights do we have to go through in close range?
Well, just like what you have mentioned, even though we're talking about the Miramar map, it's still close range fights for these teams as they're still utilizing our shotguns right here. But GOA is still a complete squad. Same goes for our 214, who has the high ground advantage. As you can see, our team GOA is now taking a ton of damage since we have Kree right here on this other side, making sure that he gets a good angle of that team right in front of them. It looks like this might be a 3-way battle, as we can see Team Max right around the corner as well. It's going to be very, very dangerous for Kree to get knocked out since he's too far from his teammates. So in any case that he gets knocked out, looks like he's just gonna bleed out. But right now, Pacquiao is still waiting for Kree to basically show himself, as he's still trying to guard that angle, not knowing that Kree is also now trying to rotate in order for him to be able to outsmart the rest of the GOA squad.
Now we finally get a little bit more breather before these teams commit to another battle, and I may have actually spoke a little too soon, as I see the rest of SX are now driving through some players over onto the southwestern corner of the map. Whereas at least over in north here, despite 2 teams being up close and personal, they have not really fully committed. So it's down to KE to hold through the high ground up against you. Wonder if the rest of SX will be able to just try to push over onto his corner.
Ooh.
As that nade almost clipped him all throughout. It's only a little bit of a chip damage coming from that splash. Meanwhile, SX have been able to get Party over a zone, and that was a beautiful angle from Devon.
Ooh, taken by surprise, definitely by Devon right here. But it looks like the rest of the squad of SX already knows where he is, and so they're now trying to throw nades towards his way. Michi of 214 was able to take a knockout off the side of GOA, wherein they have been in that specific area for a long time now. SX San getting ready with that nade as well, whereas you getting ready with the smoke in order to be covered an angle. So with that nade, looks like he's gonna exchange nades. Kaya, but he's the one who goes down, and Kaya is now getting ready, boosting up, because he knows that SX is just right around the corner. Even though they were able to knock out 1 and eliminated 1, there are still 2 players left, so they cannot be complacent, as it's still possible for them to take a revenge on them.
And they're pretty much stuck. There's not many spaces for them to even turn around. It's going to be direct trace. Oh, what an angle from Trixie! But it's not going to be quite enough to eventually clip over Devon. They can still go in for the recovery. But still a very massive attempt. Beautifully done as KE. They rack up those 4 points. They carry on that journey. And now KE controls that southern end of the map.
And we still have 7 teams left. As you can see, APG is very much still alive. We'll have to wait and see as to whether they will be taking home another winner chicken dinner. In any case, if that happens, that's going to be their 5th for this day alone. But now, as you can see, another elimination, or a possible elimination rather, since KB9 is still alive on the side of APG. So in any case that he gets eliminated, that's going to be 8 points. So it looks like we are really headed off towards getting 3 digits in just the first game.
a whole lot of points being held by APG, and they're just absolutely consistent. We're looking to see if they could just make it difficult for the rest of the teams to eventually surpass. It's already tough enough as we are currently looking at the current scoreboard to be such a wide gap between APG as well as Harami Bros. But Harami Bros, they have been playing on the nice edge. They've always been looking for those fights, and now gets those deflates perfectly primed. Jibna slowly getting those Molotovs into the right angle. Now it's only going to be one player left. So Small, I wonder if he can actually get a double catch with these nades. So it seems like he will be left out all alone. He can still go for a pickup. I'm not too sure if he has time, but Jappy slowly closes in.
But with that shotgun play, Jappy goes down, but YG goes out as Jibna was able to take that final player from YG, eliminating them with only 1 elimination point. But 214 is still standing strong, as you can see, and they already have 8 eliminations. And looks like this is going to be their time to redeem themselves out of all those matches wherein they barely earned any points. APG is right in front of KE right now. We're in the top, is trying to tank all those damages from the other team. Skynin trying to look for an angle so that they can have an opening, whereas KE is still on that other side right there. Let us see as to whether Skynin will be successful in outsmarting KE.
He's got some really cheeky angles here. Skynet, he's just going to take a small little peek, and I think that Master DTKF also spotted where he's shooting from. So Top going to go up close and personal. There is a lurker from the foothill, so they got to be absolutely careful with that. 214 Akira holding the high ground, going up against the rest of Goa. This fight extended, and now Clay Jr. is just going to be held out over play zone, and that will be his demise. So at least he denies those points. Now, down to the top 5. 214 Akira, crashing right through. They're looking for Harami Bros.
And as you can see, some of them are now heavily damaged. Jibna going at it. Unfortunately, there's a shotgun right in front of him. Good thing he wasn't really damaged at all. Nathan remains to be down. Jibna still continues to inflict damage and thirsting out some of the members of 214. We still have Kree right here. Through the window, he was able to take a knockout on the side of Bro, eliminating Jibna. 214 now unstoppable with 10 elimination points, but Kree almost had that nade right there. We still have Yumi Boy being the only man left. Looks like this is a 1v1 situation between Yumi Boy and Jappy making sure that he gets to eliminate the players right there. But we can see some kill stills right over that other side, whereas Jappy will try to see if we can heal up Nathan.
It's just about enough time for them to go in for the reset, make it a 2 versus 2 once again. And they're just going to go blow for blow from now onwards. Jappy now ready with his smoke grenade to set a little bit of decoy. Yumi just holding true with these angles, but not really quite finding Jappy just yet. Oh, he gets caught out. Didn't seem like there was enough time for him to even go in for the form of revive. But it's been 10 points for 214 Akira.
Ooh, not bad at all. At least they managed to be in the top 10 and earn tons of eliminations. But then again, we still have APG that still continues to dominate, even with just 3 players left. As you can see, they're still alive with 3 players remaining, 2 from Bro, and then a full squad from KE. So looks like KE has a bigger advantage here in terms of the numbers, but of course we know the firepower of APG and they will not lose that easily. As you can see, we still have a couple of players right here really making sure that they defend one another, but Jappy has been caught up by the blue zone, and looks like this might be the end for Bro as they are currently being gate capped by other teams.
Overall, it's just going to be a tough skirmish for Harami Bros as they're getting absolutely outnumbered. So they have to wait on this fight between APG as well as KE. KE does have the numbers advantage, as we do see those long-range exchanges currently taking shape. Nathan versus Top. Well, he's definitely holding him over on the corner. And Harami Bros has got nowhere else to go, so the point will be denied. It's going to be a full-on brawl. Now X and the rest of KE on the side. They're trying to rush right through. Top looking for the double. He gets that one knock. He finds it all. It's all down to this very moment. And APG still reigns supreme. This advantage that they have here, they got to make good use of. But do they still have any nades left from inside of KE? They gotta respond. They can't afford to give the space over to APG.
And this might be a potential for another winner with a chicken dinner for APG. So let us see as to whether this will be a clutch, since I think this is already a 2v3 situation with Devon and Master D2K. But looks like they have no idea that Devon is right next to them, and he was able to take down 2 players, reversing the situation with Skynet being the only one left. A 1v2 situation for the final circle. Will this be the 5th winner with a chicken dinner of APG, or will our KE take the final win for tonight and cut their streak?
It might just be the case right now. It's gonna be way too far off from top, so he has to do this all alone. If that Nate finds anything at all, this will just be the most incredible run that we've ever seen coming from PMCL's history of a team to secure 5 chicken dinners in a day. But KE, they're about to plot this ambush. Working in tandem, they kind of know where Skynet is currently at, but they're giving him a little bit of room of respect. Nate's flying through. Chip damage done towards Master D2K. Top to be secured. Just in the case that if anything goes sour, at least they walk out with those big points. But this will be the last stand from Skynet.
And as you can see, looks like this is a very tight spot for him. Looks like KE is also trying to play this smart as well, as it's going to be very, very painful in any case that they get outsmarted by just one player. But Skynet with that P90 was able to inflict damage. This is going to be a 1v1 situation, as you can see, and he's still trying to heal up. But we have the Van here that is left. He wants to make sure that he can still heal up his teammate, but he's also trying to watch out for Skynet. That's already putting a lot of pressure on him, but very low in HP. We have Skynet right here trying to heal up, but KE takes that win. And so APG's trick has been put to an end, but definitely not bad at all, as they still place second. But good game, well played for KE for bringing home the final chicken dinner of the night.
And that also means that it's been a Cambodian domination throughout the entire course of day 1, week 2. Kill Enemy denies the final chicken dinner from the grasp of Anchor PUBG. And I guess that this is going to spark a little bit of rivalry on their home soil. But overall, 4 chicken dinners, I believe it's more than enough. So KE, control and take over. That from Skynet was so close that it almost shook them, but at the very final few moments, I think Devon have definitely pulled off some big clutch factors for KE to secure this chicken dinner.
Definitely, and it was also Devon that was able to eliminate the players of SX, or at least instrumental in wiping them out of the map. And so this is a really good run coming from them, as of course we need points as much as we can, and it's only the first day, so we need to say at least they were able to stash some points of their own. But definitely I think it's clear as day that only on the first day APG was already able to secure 3 digits for their score.
Yeah, take a look at all the commotion that we had throughout the runs. There's a lot of all these run-ins through the midst of rotation, and then plenty of clashes happening from stage 5 onwards, where even despite certain teams playing from the low ground, you can see that they're also very willing to risk it by picking on those teams holding on to the high ground. And sometimes you just gotta really try. APG so far, they've always singled out targets one after another, and then they find themselves into the zone where they took over full control, while the rest of KE, they also clawed their way out to many of all these battles in order to eventually meet up for that final duel between them as well as their brothers from APG.
What a day. I mean, imagine this is just the first day, and yet we can already see aggression coming from different teams. But just like what we have said, looks like it's clear as day that it's really APG that has dominated. Actually, not just APG, but the region of Cambodia, as KE was able to take home that final winner with the chicken dinner. But Miramar Bro also did fairly well, as aside from the chicken dinner, they were able to break records with those 19 eliminations. But KE is on top of the match ranking this time with 18 total points, followed by APG with 15, Harami Bro and 214 both with 14, GOA with 8, Max with 5, KHI with 5, and NX with 3.
You can see that all these teams are going all out, just battling from tooth and nail just to ensure that they walk away with a little bit of points out there. And fair enough, I think a good majority of them at least walk away with at least a minimum of 2 to 1 point. Whereas SG as well as GOAT, we saw them actually committing into taking a battle very early on. They were not actually benefiting from this matchup. But of course, they can call it early rest while they have to, once again, plan things up for tomorrow, because today, I think you can try as you may. Nobody came close to what APG has to offer as they breached the triple-digit mark to be the ones at the top with 4 chicken dinners.
Right, and that's very early for a team to, be able to pull that off. Imagine they're currently in Group A, so we need to say that their rest day is going to be on Sunday, so they have a lot of time to earn more points. So top 4 teams for that match alone, we have KE being on top of the match rankings with 8 eliminations. APG still dominating, even though they did not get the chicken with 9 eliminations. Bro with 9 as well, and then we have 214 with a double-digit elimination.
Yeah, today has been super impressive coming in from not only the Cambodians but also the Filipino squads that played out. Was they show us a lot of firepower, and to end up the night, we finally get a little bit of a change here as we have Kill Enemy's very own Devon to be the MVP of the match.
And participating teams for tomorrow, it's actually going to be Group B that will be on rest day. So Group B is comprised of 214, PBMS, Max, and SX. So meaning to say that you will not be seeing those teams for day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for Team Max as well as SX to miss out a day and see certain teams to perhaps overtake them. But of course, we will expect them to be able to bounce back a whole lot stronger. But tomorrow, I definitely do look forward to welcoming Group E to be joining us yet again, as Hive International, Burmese Goals, and Sin Esports will be here to, of course, play out their matches. And I'm pretty sure they're willing to challenge the throne out of the hands of APG.
What a grueling first day. Imagine we still have 4 more days to go, and we can already see that some of the teams are already dominating. And we have a couple of teams as well that are getting ready for most likely the grand finals. But of course, let us not forget to thank our sponsor. This event is proudly brought to you by Techno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with a Cam 30S powered by a fast gaming processor in a 120 ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen. So in any case that you are thinking of upgrading your devices, then Techno is the way to go.
That's right. Of course, do check out all their latest deals on their website, or go to the nearest mall to be able to find all these great stuff that Techno has to offer. And of course, it's been such a wonderful day, and make sure you guys also check out what's happening inside of the games, because we've got so much going on for our 7th anniversary, where Alan Walker is making his way back as we will celebrate our 7th anniversary with a music collaboration with the superstar DJ that we have known and loved. And of course, back in the early seasons, we've heard a lot of these bangers. We're definitely waiting to see what he releases up next. And you guys can also enjoy the time of the Golden Moon with the Camel arriving on March 7th, which is 2 days from now, with our 7th anniversary edition. So if you guys have been away for far too long, it's time to log back in and check out all the great deals that PUBG Mobile has to offer.
And I'm very excited for what's next, since we will be having a Group E join us for tomorrow. But then again, for those who just came in, Group B will not be with us tomorrow. So 214 PBMS, Max, and SX, again, they will be on rest day, whereas Hive, GFS, BG, and Sin will be back to join us. But anyway, that is it for the first day. We still have 4 more days to go. So keep watching the stream so that you can basically see how the storyline goes. So that is it for me and Contra. Again, this is Queen Toy and Contra, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.